Good morning and welcome to the county ground in Northampton. It's day 3 on Easter Sunday between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. Players are making their way out to the middle to join the umpires. We are just slightly behind from that 11 o'clock prompt start. We had a rain shower at about 10:30 this morning. You wouldn't think so. Looking at it now, it's glorious outside in the Midlands. Scores on the doors. Northamptonshire trail Lancashire by 169 runs in their first innings with 1 wicket remaining. It's 384 all out for Lancashire. Northamptonshire 215 for 9. Lewis McManus will be the man on strike. He's on 54. And Harry Conway at the non-strikers end, currently 1 not out. Aaron Viles, how are you, my friend? How are you seeing the way that this game plays out? Is it a key first hour?
It most certainly is. I mean, first and foremost, Dan, happy Easter to you. And of course, happy Easter to all those celebrating out there, wherever you are tuning in from. It is absolutely stunning here today. And it's absolutely remarkable how quickly the British weather can change. Not even 35 minutes ago, the covers were on. It was very windy, very blustery, very wet as well, but the ground staff have done a great job. So, yeah, definitely a critical first hour here and a critical partnership here for Northants as McManus gets ready to face the first delivery of the day's play.
Finds the middle of the bat beautifully to start off day 3. No run taken. We are in that cat and mouse phase of an innings, aren't we, with the number 11 at the non-strikers end. So Lewis McManus will have to figure out his game plan and tactics. How many deliveries is he prepared to allow Harry Conway to face? Is it 3? Is it 2 against the seamers? Maybe slightly riskier. But it is James Anderson from the David Capel ends, and McManus just shoulders arms and lets that one glide past into the gloves of Matty Hurst. How good was it watching James Anderson yesterday? It was absolutely spectacular, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and I think the reaction on social media told you everything that you needed to know. Regardless of the platform, so many likes, so many shares. It's just James Anderson. He is an absolute titan of the game, and here he is, bowling to Lewis McManus, another dot ball. Yeah, it was a pleasure and a privilege, wasn't it, to see not only one of the greats of the game, but in a lot of people's views, especially in terms of swing bowlers, the greatest of all time, do his thing. 43 years young. Well, it was tremendously special, wasn't it?
It's cricket royalty, isn't it? It's, as you say, an honour and a privilege to not only be able to watch, but also to be able to try and justify and muster up some words to go with Sir James Anderson as McManus just tucks that one off the hip, takes the single, and will leave Harry Conway with a couple of deliveries to survive and negotiate this morning.
Oh, the two Northants men just having a little bit of a chat in the middle. Harry Conway currently unbeaten on 1 from 26 deliveries. And I must say, Dan, he did a good job yesterday, didn't he? In challenging conditions against some superb bowling. Of course, he's not set the scoreboard alight, as you'd imagine, with a number 11, but he's just dug in, he's grafted away. He's only got, what, 2 deliveries to see out here. Good rotation once more between both he and McManus.
Yeah, Lancashire fielders converge as you'd expect. There's 2 slips with a leg slip as well for these final couple of deliveries from the opening over of the morning. Harry Conway solidly in behind it. Did a great job, as you said yesterday. I think the light helped Northamptonshire with that period and that short passage of play where the 2 spinners had to bowl at that particular time until we finally lost the battle of it. But he's a resolute number 11. He's faced 27 balls in this innings already. He did a good job last year at times for Northamptonshire as well. That one, an appeal from behind the stumps, but sounded very, very front paddy rather than wooden, didn't it? No appeal from Sir James Anderson. End of the over. Score is 216 for 9 with McManus on strike.
Yes, and just for those who are wondering about the follow-on, of course, here in the County Championship, that target is 150. So realistically for Northamptonshire to completely eliminate the chance of the follow-on, they need to get to a deficit of 149 or less, which by our mathematics is 235. They're currently 19 runs shy of that magic marker. So still work to be done with regards to the wider context of the game. It is interesting as well because yesterday we were speaking about it and we spoke about the prolonged spell from the likes of Anderson and this man Tom Bailey. But the fact is Lancashire now have had a night to rest and recuperate. It's not a case of having to come out to potentially bowl again on day 2. They've got the entirety of day 3 ahead. Of course, it is also a slightly extended day's play today as a result of the halting of the game yesterday due to bad light. So still got 102.5 overs to go today as opposed to the regular 96. But if they can get one of these 2 out quickly, might just be something to consider, even though I think the likelihood is that Lancashire would opt to bat again.
It's unfashionable, isn't it, at the minute, enforcing follow-ons. It's become rarer and rarer. As you say, I think the overnight situation, if this wicket were to fall quite quickly, potentially poses a different question. As Tom Bailey just moves that first slip into a leg gully. So if the wicket were to fall quickly, I agree with you. There's a conversation to be had. I still think Lancashire would bat again. I think there's an opportunity for time in the middle on a good batting day, on a good batting pitch. Get as many as you can, get the lead where you want it to be, and just make sure you don't bat last. Because you never know, do you? Day 4, going to the end of day 4, the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison in the bowling attack for Northamptonshire. Funny things can happen, and I don't necessarily think you'd want to put yourself in that situation if you didn't have to. And Lancashire certainly hold the cards at the moment to do and play the way, or play this game out the way they want to. Pulled away from McManus. Does it split the fielders? No, it doesn't, but they will wander through for a single, which will leave Harry Conway with a couple of Tom Bailey deliveries. So it is very much that batting with a number 11 blueprint, isn't it? I'll face 4, you face 2, and we'll just see how long we can take this.
Yeah, most definitely. Shows a certain degree and element of trust as well in Harry Conway's defensive approach. Spoke about it yesterday. He's been at the ends a couple of times, actually, when Nathan McSweeney's been batting and on a big score for South Australia. So let's see how he fares here against Bailey.
At the moment, he's got the answers, hasn't he? In behind them nicely, practicing that animated forward defence. You wouldn't have said Harry Conway was the most fuel efficient batter, would you? With the movements and the mannerisms and the energy that he seems to expel at the crease. Kind of an all-action cricketer with the ball not leaving the cut strip. It's quite a spectacle. That's a slower ball from Tom Bailey, which Conway does pick. End of the over. Dot ball to finish. Another run added. 217 for 9.
Yeah, an interesting variation there by Tom Bailey. Saw it on a couple of occasions yesterday. On that occasion, though, Harry Conway, as you can imagine, was just concrete set in his crease and, well, wasn't going to fall for the trap, was he?
No, he picked it pretty early, didn't he? It was a slow ball as well. It was really no pace. Almost was able to play it off the pitch. I think it got to him that slowly. One catcher in for James Anderson with McManus back on strike. Targets that front pad and the stumps, and McManus happy to just drop that into the offside. Single would have been there if they wanted it, but electing not to. Thank you to all of you that have joined us through the course of days 1 and 2 so far. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage here at Northamptonshire, and obviously enjoy hearing from you as well. So any stories, any anecdotes, any fun facts you'd like to share with Aaron and myself through the course of day 3 will be greatly received. We haven't got any Easter eggs. We've got no chocolate, Aaron, so we're going to have to live off other people's fun stories and anecdotes, whether that be club cricket or memories or whatever that might be. It would be great to hear from you.
Well, we didn't get the chance to really explore it yesterday, but you did pose the question. It was a good question. Have you got any county cricket connections to your local cricket club? Sanderson bowling here to McManus. Looks to play that one through mid-wicket. Had the lovely story, didn't we, on day 1 about Harry Pilling. Of course, an icon of Lancashire, spent the best part of 2 decades playing for the Red Rose. That intrinsic link that he had to the club circuit up in the northwest. So, yeah, do let us know if any current or former county cricketers have plied their trade for your local club. It really is always fascinating to hear those stories. The man from deep backward points pulled up to backward point. Michael Jones on that occasion, the man doing the fielding for the visitors. As we said yesterday, 2 counties with a real rich pedigree when it comes to the club circuit. As we'll touch upon a lot more detail over the course of today.
Well, indeed, solid defence from McManus. It's a good over from James Anderson. 5 deliveries, 5 dot balls, and those fielders have converged. So McManus will be, well, desperate might be the wrong word, but keen to try and find a signal here if he can. But I don't think Sir James Anderson's going to make it particularly easy for the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper. He does flip it through square leg, but can't beat the fielder. So it is a dot ball, maiden over from James Anderson. Good from Lancashire. They've got what they wanted. Harry Conway will be on strike for the start of the next over, with Tom Bailey steaming in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Any thought of you, or any thought from you with who they were going to open the bowling with this morning?
Well, to be honest, I thought it would have been these 2. I think we'll get a normal spell from Bailey and Anderson, and then, of course, you've got Ajit Singh Dale, as we saw yesterday. He's very good at bowling to tail-enders, so if you can get Conway on strike, it's a case of just going for those searing, toe-crunching Yorkers, as he displayed against Sanderson. But for the time being, it will be Bailey.
Listen to the thigh pad that time of Conway. Those Harry Conway thighs are about 6 foot off the ground, aren't they? So appealing for LBW there is going to be optimistic. Catches in, though. 2 slips with the leg gully. 1 fielder down at deep square leg. That one, again, targeting off stump. So you got a bit of protection down there on the leg side in case Tom Bailey goes too straight. They don't want to run the risk of giving away a potential boundary. But as I say that, the fielder is striding in with purpose. Again, I feel that fielder should be inside what would be the circle. I don't think Tom Bailey is going to go over straight, but if he were to do so, that's a relatively easy shot for Harry Conway, just to turn it into the leg side and get down the non-striker's ends. I don't think he'll hit it with such venom that he would beat a fielder at backward square in that ring field.
Bailey has got the leg slip in place, though, hasn't he? Just in case he was to tickle it a little bit too fine.
At the minute, Conway happy just to let it go. Bumper from Bailey, which Conway picks early and gets underneath. Certainly going for the experienced options. Lancashire with James Anderson and Tom Bailey taking the morning spell on day 3. A lot of captains, a lot of couch captains would have been very excited at the prospect of Ajit Singh Dale steaming in, having a full 6 balls at Harry Conway. Go for the wily, go for the crafty, experienced seamers, and that is that one turned around the corner. This time, though, Conway and McManus accepting the dot ball. Another maiden for Lancashire. Over survived by Harry Conway. McManus back on strike.
It will be Jimmy Anderson to continue then from the David Capel end. Can he add to that tally and make it 6? Of course, I imagine a number of you at home will have seen the statistics from yesterday. We've read them out here on the broadcast, but 56 first-class 5-wicket hauls. Absolutely staggering numbers from Anderson. And here he is bowling to McManus.
So we won't go round the grounds just yet, but if you are tuning in from a Durham persuasion because you want to watch James Anderson, we hope everybody is well, and whatever the problem is up at Chester Street gets resolved pretty quickly. Damage, wasn't there, caused by Storm Dave overnight, which has delayed the start of play here on day 3, and then also have seen the note from Durham to say that no spectators would be permitted in the ground until further notice on day 3 as well. So hopefully all is well up in the northeast. Everybody else appears to be on and playing at the moment. We'll keep you updated with the other scores around the county championship as the morning develops. Leg slip in place now with a change of angle for Anderson, trying to tempt Lewis McManus into that flick off the hip. Bowling dry. 3 deliveries into this over, so 3 more dot balls for James Anderson would be the perfect option. If there's a man that can kind of hide it on the hip of Lewis McManus, it's definitely going to be Sir James Anderson, isn't it? That is down the leg side. That time McManus tries to catch up with it and can't. 2 to go, so believe the fielders will begin to make their way in to that ring field and try and keep McManus on strike.
And they have done, haven't they?
Eventually.
Fielders at deep cover and deep point have just moved in to that infield. Conversations continue to be had as the fielders on the onside, at least one of them will come in from deep mid-wicket to slightly shorter mid-wicket. Deep square leg still out towards the boundary along with Luke Wells down at long leg.
Yeah. And they've got it right so far this morning, haven't they? Lancs, they've bowled, they've executed the plan that they've wanted to well. They've been able to set up overs against Harry Conway. And they're obviously going to bowl very straight here with those two fielders on the leg side, which it is, just down the leg side once again. So 3 in a row down the leg side for James Anderson with 1 delivery left in the over. Catcher at leg slip. Short mid-wicket. Just in front of square on the leg side as well. And that one straight at the stumps. And a dot ball to finish, another maiden. 3 in a row now for Lancashire. Conway on strike against Tom Bailey.
Yeah, not the worst outcome for Lancashire there. You get the number 11 on strike for this next over. I'll tell you what, full credit to McManus so far for this innings. Really has shown an awful lot of grit and character. Plenty of fortitude out there, and feels like over the past couple of seasons, he's started to really grow into his role, doesn't it? Across formats for Northamptonshire. Previously plied his trade, didn't he, for Hampshire down on the south coast, and just looking down at deep backward square leg, Ajit Singh Dale starting to get warm.
Oh, it's beautifully played. Guided, the slip drive of dreams by Harry Conway. He's dissected Matty Hurst and first slip perfectly. Lancashire can't believe it. That is fortunate. There is a hint of sarcasm in the commentary there, I will say, but it's 4 runs for Northamptonshire. Neither Matty Hurst nor George Bell at first slip moved. Dissected the pair of them. And there is the first opportunity of the morning, which goes begging for Lancashire. And I'm sure will bring a bit of a wry smile to the faces of Northamptonshire supporters.
What a delivery that was from Tom Bailey.
Snorter. He backs it up this time. Conway misses. It's when you look back at the wagon wheel, isn't it? And you see the 4 down the ground behind you. Give it a few years. No one needs to know how it got there. Harry Conway, 360 cricketer. Challenging that off stump once again. There have been few and far between those opportunities in this partnership now between McManus and Conway. So you could see the visible frustration amongst those Lancashire cricketers. Encouragement building once again. And Conway covers up. This is going to sound silly because that certainly should have been Matty Hurst's catch. No doubt about that in my mind whatsoever. There is quite a big gap between Hurst and Bell at first slip. You've almost got Bell at slip 1.5, if you were to call it that. He's quite wide. And that one in particular wasn't it? Kind of dissected perfectly down the middle between the two of them, which would have created that little bit of confusion as to whose it would have been. As it was, neither of them reacted to it. And Conway and Northamptonshire picked up a handy 4 runs, takes the score up to 221 for 9.
Well, it absolutely raced off the edge, didn't it? It's one of those, it's a split-second decision. You've either got to make it and fully commit, or it just goes through. And yeah, of course, on that occasion, it was the latter.
That one left alone. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 221 for 9 after 68 overs. Northamptonshire trail by 163.
Now, just looking here, it appears as though it will be Jimmy Anderson to continue from the David Capel end. Still very much a similar field to what we've seen in the past few overs. Got 3 men out in the deep on the leg side. George Bell down at deep third, got to field it. At deep points as well. Harry Singh, as we'll imagine, just shift a couple of paces to his left and occupy that leg slip position. Anderson continues to have a conversation here with Josh Bohannon. It's Ajit Singh Dale now gets pushed over towards a deep extra cover. McManus once more, well up to the task. I always find it fascinating seeing fields which are predominantly on the leg side. For those who know their county cricket history, it's something which tended to happen a lot really in the 1910s and the 1920s. Of course, there was a name for it. It was leg theory, something which was pioneered by the likes of Frank Foster. Of course, someone at Northamptonshire who wasn't a massive fan of it, by all accounts, was Nobby Clark, who is the Tudor Roses' all-time leading first-class wicket taker. And then, of course, from those early days in the 1910s and early 1920s, developed into something called Bodyline, which became rather infamous, didn't it, with Harold Larwood and the England touring side. Anderson switches up the approach now.
Still drifting down the leg side, mind you. A change of angle, but the tactic's still the same, isn't it? So what are there? 3 fielders on the offside with Ajit Singh Dale up at long off, just starting to get loose. Jimmy Anderson looking for 6. And that single taken by Lewis McManus that time. So we'll give Harry Conway a couple of deliveries to negotiate from James Anderson in this over. 222 for 9. McManus now on 57.
A change in the field here, of course, for the tail ender. Bow now going a lot tighter, isn't he, at first slip compared to what we saw with Bailey.
Short ball, which rare from James Anderson, which Conway just ducked underneath. The tall frame of Conway has got a long way to get down underneath. So he survives it though. I wonder whether the theory of the position of George Bell there is the pitch just coming off a little bit slower, so thinking those edges were going to be a bit thicker and a bit wider, a bit slower off the surface. He has tightened that gap up a touch. And Conway, desperate for the single in the offside, wants the runs. McManus sends him back. End of the over, 222 for 9. McManus 57, Conway on 5.
So far, this will be slightly frustrating, won't it, for Lancashire? The partnership not ridiculously sizable by any stretch, 24, but they are handy runs and continue to just toil away to McManus and Conway. It's funny as well, actually, spoke there about Harold Larwood, just a nice link really to Lancashire as a county. Of course, he played his county cricket for Nottinghamshire, but he went and lived in Blackpool. And actually, there's a park in Blackpool, which is named after him. He owned a sweet shop up there. So it's a nice little link back to the Red Rose County as Bailey bowls here to McManus.
That feels like a nice retirement career, that, doesn't it?
Oh, it gets even better, though.
Okay.
So, of course, that was where he kind of spent his last working days, in Blackpool, owning that sweet shop and enjoying the seaside. And after that, he moved to Australia.
Oh, did they let him in?
Well, they welcomed him with open arms. And that's where he spent the rest of his days. McManus once more. Compact in his defence. Yeah, it's funny. I've been through that particular bit of Blackpool an awful lot over the past few years. Gorgeous cricket ground up there in Stanley Park as well. Definitely recommend a visit there. Always tends to be a nice batting surface as well. Anderson here just looking over there to Josh Bohannon. Almost a little bit of telepathy between the two there. A little nod of the head and suddenly the field comes in for what will be the fourth delivery of the over. But only on the offside. The two men out on the onside will remain firmly on the boundary rope.
Yeah, we've had half an hour or just under half an hour this morning. I mean, are we getting close to the point of Lancashire trying something a little bit different here? They did get the outside edge of Conway. Ajit Singh Dale would be an obvious point of difference, but with the tactic change, could they start the squeeze on McManus a little bit earlier to ensure that they maybe try and entice him into taking a risk that he wasn't going to take earlier? Thinks that there are runs available. Looking for the single that time, eventually turning it down. Good piece of fielding by George Bell to attack that ball. If that had gone straight to James Anderson, I think they probably would have nicked that single. George Bell scampered across from mid-wicket. Slight change with leg slip come in place in conversation between Tom Bailey and James Anderson.
So much experience between those two, isn't there? Bailey now, county veteran, 34 years of age, and well, Anderson, as we all know, a man with over 300 first-class appearances. Manesh just covers up in defence once more. Interestingly, that field remains untouched. So Singh Dale hasn't been brought up from long leg. Neither too as the deep square leg fielder or the fielder at deep mid-wicket. As soon as I say that, now square leg is pushed up. Anderson just making the call. And unsurprisingly so, just in case McManus looks to clip it away. That'll be the end of the over. Another one bowled by Tom Bailey. Northamptonshire remain 222 for 9. And now the Red Rose looking to make a little bit of a change. Ajit Singh Dale has handed his cap to the standing umpire. It shall be he who gets ready to replace Sir James Anderson at the David Capel end. Really impressed with Dale yesterday. Bowled at very good pace, as we've grown to expect, but especially that delivery to Sanderson. It's one of those which, of course, we're always going to say this from the sidelines, but you want that against tail-enders. It was full, it was sharp, it was bang in front of the stumps. It's precisely how you want to bowl, isn't it, to a 10 or a number 11?
It's exactly what Ajit Singh Dale should be thinking of doing first up here to Harry Conway. Might not be the quickest with it being his first ball of the morning, but it's just one of those. I suppose you'd ask yourself the question: what would you least like to face if you were in that situation yourself? Short would be an answer, but I haven't really seen Harry Conway yet take on the short ball and has successfully got underneath them up to now. But that Yorker bringing bowls, LBW, and potentially caught behind into play feels like an obvious option, doesn't it?
Definitely.
It's brilliant for Northamptonshire. Frustration for Lancashire as Conway nicks the single and then continues the run up towards the members at the Spencer Lounge. So he gets off strike, first time of asking.
That was just a very high IQ run, wasn't it, between McManus and Conway? Imagine that could have been one of the conversations which was had before the delivery itself was bowled, but good intent shown there by the Australian seamer. Moves him on to 6. Just looking here at the field again. It's a 5-4 in favour of the onside. Short mid-wicket firmly in play here. His delivery. But McManus will just fence it away onto the offside. Looking down below us, on our right, we've got George Bell down at deep third, and Luke Wells has carved out a rather familiar figure at long leg. Fielders in at deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket as well, just in case McManus was to try and go over the top. Oh, that one slightly chipped up for a split second, almost bringing Sir James Anderson into the game there. Tom Bailey is the man at mid-on, and then Josh Bohannon. It's a wide-ish mid-off. Just the one catcher in the slips cordon as well, alongside Matty Hurst, and that man is Harry Singh. Dale bowling a genuine short ball there. Got a couple of shout-outs as well, Dan, to Peter in Bucharest. Saw your comments a little bit earlier on, Peter. Hope that you are enjoying the day's play so far, and also to Phil, who's tuning in from Oldham. Didn't quite get the opportunity to shout out Phil yesterday, but again, hope you're enjoying the game. McManus just leans into that one, pushes it out towards mid-off very comfortably. So one delivery here for Conway to try and survive, as yet again the chess pieces moved into place. Bell comes into the slip cord and Michael Jones goes to leg slip. I think even Luke Wells is coming up from long leg. Indeed, he is just going for a little bit of a jog. Almost had an opportunity, didn't he, yesterday? Which just fell short of him. Will this be the bumper, or will it be a double bluff? Dale it is to Conway. Goes Fuller and Conway again. We've seen that throughout the day so far. Very keen, isn't he, Dan?
Almost roars no, didn't he, that time? Get that short rush of blood where you think, oh, I've got to run. No, it's not my job, is it? 224 for 9 after 71 overs now. It's been a very, very handy 40 minutes for Northamptonshire. They've not chipped off an abundance of runs. They've not added a lot, but they're taking time out of the game, aren't they? Which, in the position that they find themselves in at the moment, being 161 runs behind, taking as much time out of this game as possible could be crucial come the end of the the end of this fixture, whenever that may arrive. George Balderson's going to replace Tom Bailey from the Lynn Wilson centre end, so it is a double change for Lancashire. We've almost got to that point now. Yes, mathematically, the follow-on is still an option, but I think time-wise, the fact that James Anderson and Tom Bailey have both had full spells this morning, that will take away any question and conversation with regards to enforcing a follow-on for Lancashire here on Sunday morning. I think you're right. I think there could have been more of a conversation had that wicket have fallen first or second ball of the day. You say both of those guys, those new ball bowlers, would have been fresh. They could have then taken it again straight away. But now they've got those overs in the legs this morning. Dare say they'll be up on the balcony with their feet up, trying to find somewhere warm to sit, I think. Kind of the bit of the ground at the moment, isn't it, that's covered in shade. You can just see a couple of the Lancashire staff sat on top of that bench, wrapped up about they're about to go on an expedition to the North Pole.
It is funny though, isn't it? Because of course you look at this and you can see the glorious sunshine, and it is very, very cold out there, as Anderson could attest to yesterday. But that is the beauty of early season cricket, and look, you've just got to weather it, haven't you? But it has been a very strange weekend with the weather. Of course, we've had these very bright and sunny spells. We've had a lot of wind, an awful lot of gusts. Thankfully today, it does appear to have dissipated somewhat. Yesterday, those gusts were around about 45 to 50 mile an hour at times, and you could see it was really disrupting the rhythm of Tom Hartley in particular from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But yeah, today, having looked at the forecast, low 30s, so should make quite the difference. Of course, we've even seen a little bit of rain this morning. I mean, it's just April, isn't it, in the UK?
Yeah, I don't think we're expecting any more through the course of the day, which would be great news for everybody concerned. Lancashire will just ask an umpire to take a look at this 71-over-old Dukes. Whether there's a split or not, or whether it's just gone out of shape slightly. Only 8 overs to go until that second new ball becomes available. If, of course, the first Northamptonshire innings gets that far.
Well, it doesn't appear as though the ball will be changed. I think after this over as well, Dan, we'll just go through some of those early scores on the doors. Just taking a look at the one down in Southampton, Hampshire in a real pickle, 63 for 5 in response to Essex's 461 for 7 declared. So that one safely taken by a tumbling Matty Hurst. Also seen a wicket fall at Edgbaston. Sam Hain dismissed for 94. Bears, though, leading Surrey by 37 runs with 7 wickets remaining in that one. Go through the rest of them after this ball. And there is the release for McManus. Just helps it on its way really down towards Ajit Singh Dale at deep backward square. And that will be the end of the 72nd over of the innings. Northamptonshire 225 for 9. So we'll stay in the first division. We'll head down to the West Country. Somersets, well, they were bowled out for 347 in their first innings. In response, Nottinghamshire 232 for 4. Funnily enough, after 72 overs as well. Nice little bit of symmetry between that game and this one here. Of course, the final one in the First Division in South Wales. Glamorgan taking on Yorkshire. Glamorgan bowled out for 302 in the latter stages yesterday evening. The White Rose currently 31 for 1 after 12 overs. Early wicket. Finn Bean caught by Chris Cook and bowled by the ever-reliable Tim van der Hoogten. As for the game taking place at Grace Road, it's currently raining in Leicester. Sussex 176 for 4 in their second innings. Currently lead the Foxes by 292 runs in that fixture. We'll go through Division 2 shortly as Dale comes around the wicket here to McManus, who leaves that first one well alone. So we'll keep in the East Midlands. We'll head to the county ground in Derby, where unfortunately rain is also playing a little bit of spoil sport in that one. Derbyshire amassing a gargantuan 625 for 8 declared. In response, Worcestershire 140 for 2, with Dan Latigan on a career best 87. Surpassed 50 for the first time in his budding career yesterday. How he would love to add those additional 13 runs. As McManus once more plays that one very adeptly. As for the game taking place in North London, Middlesex, well, they declared on a total of 445 for 9. Laius Deploy, real standout from that one with 182. Joe Cracknell also scoring 97. In response, Gloucestershire are 143 for 4 in their first innings. Miles Hammond going very nicely indeed on 72 not out. Dale once more goes for the testing short ball. And finally, as Dan alluded to earlier on, no play before lunch at the Riverside in the game between Durham and Kent. Durham 83 for 2 in their second innings, lead by 221 runs. But no play as of yet due to damage to the ground caused by Storm Dave. And of course, all of us here at Northants hoping that that damage is nothing serious. No spectators will be allowed into the ground today if any play is undertaken as well. So Dale here just making some alterations to his field. I think another man is going to come onto the onside here. Indeed it will be. It's a 7-2 field on the leg side. McManus does well. Plenty of Lancashire players just in and around that space really between short mid-wicket and almost imagine it like a semicircle towards Matty Hurst, the keeper. Short mid-wickets, square leg, slightly shortest forward square leg as well. McManus doing a very good job though. Just looking down to our left from our position here in the comms box, Tom Hartley also going through a few stretches, getting that left shoulder loose. Imagine we could see him shortly. And that one will have to be re-bowled by Ajit Singh Dale. Too short for the umpire's liking.
Yeah, just trying to hide it really, isn't he, from McManus to keep him at that end so that Lancashire can have 6 deliveries at Harry Conway. I suspect you're right, Tom Hartley to come on to take this game through to that second new ball. Obviously, if he can break the partnership, then brilliant, but does allow Ajit Singh Dale, James Anderson, Tom Bailey to be fresher if, of course, this innings were to get to 80 overs. It does feel like with this 73 over old ball, the life has just gone out of it a touch, doesn't it, at the moment? That one down the ground. Lovely shot by Lewis McManus. He's going to pick up 4, which is going to be fantastic for him. It's going to take him into the 60s. I'm sure somewhere inside of him possibly thought he would have timed it slightly worse and only had 1. End of the over, 225 for 9.
Well, as a result of the boundary, that now has ticked up to 230. I think the wide has also just been added. But of course, it's interesting now because as a result of that, well, quick fire 5, all of a sudden, Northamptonshire now just 5 runs shy of the follow-on target. So good intent shown there, wasn't it, by McManus? I still think at this point, especially with that 154-run lead, I think Lancashire would bat again regardless, even if they were to get one of these 2 out in the next couple of deliveries. But, you know, we shall have to wait and see. Balderson brought in from the offside to, we imagine, will be short mid-wicket. In fact, it's Bailey who's brought into that position. Balderson gets ready to bowl here. Oh, that one really testing Conway. I think he did a good job yesterday, didn't he, George Balderson? Of course, he's yet to trouble the wickets column, but in terms of control, yesterday it was 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. He just held down an end, didn't he, and didn't allow for that pressure release.
Yep, did his job perfectly, didn't he? He was allowing Lancashire to bowl with one of those. I think that's going to be another 4, isn't it? It's going to beat Ajit Singh Dale. Race off the face of the bat with a bit of pad involved and run up to the boundary for 4. 4 more for Conway, moves to double digits.
Yeah, that will help. And full credit to these 2 as well, because they could have gone about this and not really shown this grit, this fortitude with the bat, but got to be honest, the attitude from these 2, very, very encouraging.
Yeah, it's 135 balls now the partnership has faced. It's worth 36. As you say, it's resilience that it's been shown or is being shown by these 2. They came together at the end of the 51st over when Ben Sanderson was trapped LBW by Ajit Singh Dale. What a shot that is by Harry Conway. Down the ground, it's going to run away for 4. Lancashire aren't going to be too bothered about keeping that in play. They'd rather have Harry Conway on strike, but another 4 for Harry Conway.
And as a result, the follow-on target has been avoided. And realistically, of course, again, still 12 runs shy of this, but Northamptonshire inching ever closer to what would be, if they can get to 250, a batting bonus points. And we all know how crucial and critical they are as the season progresses. And you can see now a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger in the batting here of Harry Conway. Just pushes that out towards deep backward point for 2. Being richly applauded by the Northamptonshire supporters here at the county ground. So the home side now 10 runs away. That first magic marker of 250. Once more, confidence and assertive in that forward push. Dot ball to round out the over then. Northamptonshire 240 for 9 after 74. Still 6 overs to go before the Red Rose can take the new ball as well. We did allude to him a little bit earlier on. He's been going through the yoga and the Pilates exercises. Will be Tom Hartley. Change of ends for him. Plied his trade predominantly from the Lynn Wilson Centre end yesterday. Of course, a different day, a different end to bowl from. Lancashire opting to get him bowling from the David Capel end. Tell you what, though, these two have done a fine job. Don't get me wrong, Lancashire definitely the happier of the two sides. Of course they are. Still a very healthy lead at this stage, but there would have been times, I'd say, in the past couple of seasons when Northants would have been 198 for 9. I don't think they would have showed this tenacity. And these two have done exactly that. I mean, there are going to be times when your opposition outplays you, and we saw, well, a spectacular spell from Sir James Anderson, but all you can ask for is that the team tries their absolute utmost, even in those difficult periods of play. And, well, McManus, he has shone out like a beacon. So too has Harry Conway, currently on 16. He's had to work hard for them, hasn't he, Dan?
Yeah, they both have. It's been incredibly hard work for the pair. They've dug in. They've done, as you said, a really, really important job. 9 down when they came together for less than 200, but let's not forget as well, what were they, 5 down for about 40?
It's 51 for 5
51
at
for
lunch.
5. So to find the home side in this position, you'd have to say has been a fantastic rearguard action by the lower middle order from Northamptonshire. They have picked an 11 this week that bats a long way down. I think Louis Kimber was carded at number 9. And then Ben Sanderson himself at 10 with a first-class hive in the 60s. So they have packed their batting lineup this week. I'm sure not for the reason of thinking that this was going to be a minefield, but they have also got those spin options in there, and I'm curious to see how this game develops as it goes later on into the game. Does spin come more into it? Nicely played. They will take the single this time. I think Luke Wells is going to take over from George Balderson from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, so it'll be spin from both ends for Lancashire to get through to this second new ball this morning. Do we see more of a role from Calvin Harrison? Louis Kimber didn't bowl at all. He's more than handy as a spin bowling option. Safe Zabe as another option, but I suspect the eyes would be on the Northants leg spinner when it comes around to being asked to have a bowl again. End of the over, another dot ball. Good over for Northamptonshire. 1 run taken. And importantly, Lewis McManus will be on strike to start the next one. He's on 64 and the score is 241 for 9. Partnership now worth 43.
Spot on in your observation as well, Dan. Will be Luke Wells to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As we know, a very useful, very handy leg spin option. Bowled a little bit on day 2. 12 wickets over the course of the 2025 campaign, and unsurprisingly, it does appear as though George Bell will go under the lid.
Bowled those 3 overs last night, didn't he? When the light was dwindling, conceded just 3 runs from it, so was economical. To Northamptonshire look to score against Luke Wells. Does the game plan stay exactly the same as we get towards the completion of the first hour here on day 3?
Wells here just changing his field slightly. Did have the man at deep backward square leg. He now comes across to deep square leg, and fielder also in place at deep mid wicket. Anderson and Bohannon also dropping back slightly deeper at mid on and mid off respectively. So Wells will start with a dot ball.
A nice start from Luke Wells, wasn't it? Really curious to see whether there is any purchase here for Lancashire's wrist spinner. It's wide and full outside off stump. McManus, as you'd expect, electing not to take the single.
So Anderson and Wells here just having a discussion with regards to those alterations. Ajit Singh Dale now comes in at short mid-wicket. Plenty of protection out on the offside as well. Currently a 5-4 split in favour. And Wells there has overstepped. So that one will have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, there was an appeal from Hurst, wasn't there? But I don't think it was going on to hit the stumps anyway.
Well, width offered, and that one has just been cut away for 4 more runs by Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire now 3 runs shy of what could prove to be a very useful batting bonus point. Tudor Rose 247 for 9. As McManus moves on to 68 not out. Very next ball. Resolute in his defence. Partnership also on 49.
Yeah, that was quicker and flatter, wasn't it, by Wells in response. 1, in being response to being hit to the boundary, and 2, making sure that McManus stays on strike at the end of the over. Lancashire putting the squeeze on here, and they do manage to do that successfully. So Conway will face up against Tom Hartley for the start of the next over. 247 for 9. You say partnership worth 49, 3 runs away from a batting bonus point as well. A remarkable fight back from the home side. Tom Hartley then to Harry Conway, short leg in place. Bit of a full start. The minute, Conway has the answer. Quicker and flatter. Outside off stump and left alone by Conway. Fuller once again, and Conway still has the answer. Into the over, dot ball maiden for Tom Hartley. No harm done for Northamptonshire. They continue to go about this final wicket partnership. Lancashire getting closer towards this second new ball. It's 77 overs now completed in the innings. Still 247 for 9. Wells will be bowling to McManus. Has been a very, very successful first hour for Northamptonshire here at the county ground in Northampton. Stream powered by Dafabet. Bathed in sunshine, bitterly cold, but it looks glorious.
It certainly does, doesn't it?
Yeah, Lancashire will just be desperate for this second new ball, won't they, as McManus crunches that one at Michael Jones at cover.
As you'd imagine, still very much a spread field, isn't it? Here from Wells to the Northants wicketkeeper. Just prodding forward on that occasion. Terrific discipline, though, shown by the home side's gloveman. Wells and Anderson once more just having a little bit of a chat here. Appears as though Michael Jones will be brought up from his position at deep extra. In fact, there may have been a slight change in that plan. Well, no, he has come up a little bit. Racing more as a cover fielder now. So that one is short and whisked away. A single will be taken. There's a little bit of a misfield. Just waiting for confirmation of how many runs have been scored there. Just the one, and that will be the 50 partnership between Lewis McManus and Harry Conway. Well, these two have done an absolutely super job. Conway came in with that score reading 198 for 9. And now the home side 2 runs away from what would be a useful batting bonus points. Change in the field here as well, as George Bell now comes up to short leg.
Googly, which Conway picks and defends back to Luke Wells. Still a long way in front, Lancashire. Let's not forget that. That first innings score of 384. Still plenty ahead of where Northamptonshire find themselves. Another Googly that time, but too short. End of the over. Dot ball to finish. So McManus will be on strike. 2 overs to go then before this second new ball becomes available for Lancashire, which I'm certain they will take straight away.
Yeah, most definitely. Just place it in the hands of Sir James Anderson or Tom Bailey. Hope to just tickle the edge or maybe just get that assistance with the additional lacquer, swing it back into the pads, bring the stumps and LBW into play. These final 2 overs before the 80 over mark is reached, it will be Tom Hartley and Luke Wells, the former. It is with ball in hand from the David Capel end. Lancashire still very much in the driver's seat, though, with that 136-run lead. A lot more flight on that latest delivery from the Ormskirk man. Yet again, some more tinkering and adjusting to the field takes place. Well, George Bell there has been pulled into about 3 different positions before settling on the covered strip.
Incredibly flighted that time, wasn't it, by Tom Hartley? This fielder's not allowing McManus an easy single. He won't get one there as it's straight at the man at mid-wicket. So 1 delivery left of the 79th over for Tom Hartley. Bit of a drag down, pulled away, and McManus, with the breeze, demolishes it for 6. He moves into the 70s, brings up the 250 for Northamptonshire, and they have a batting bonus point in 2026. Great partnership between these two, and a nice milestone to get past.
Absolutely terrific from Lewis McManus. 75 unbeaten from 182 deliveries. And this has been just a pivotal knock. Absolutely pivotal. If he would have gone early doors yesterday, this game would have been very, very different indeed. Well, from not even being close to 250, home side have managed to obtain that batting bonus point. Wells comes in to bowl again. 56 now for the last wicket as Jimmy Anderson gets that right shoulder loose. He is champing at the bit. That new Duke's ball.
Oh, what a shot that is. A drag down by Luke Wells. And Harry Conway rocks onto the back foot and punishes him through the offside. He moves to 20 now. Score up to 258. And the deficit down to 126 with the 1 wicket remaining. You'd think that this second new ball taken will provide a challenge for both McManus and Conway. If, of course, it's to get that far and Luke Wells doesn't pick up the final wicket in his over. So far, so good for Northamptonshire this morning. An hour and 15 minutes we've had Partnership's grown up to 56. Oh, that's close. It's kept pretty low. Umpire says no. Play continues. See, there is a bit of variable bounce in there, isn't there? It's not quite as true as maybe what it was yesterday. Field spread towards the end of the over, trying to tempt the Northamptonshire pair in taking a single. Just never know. There's always a brain fade, isn't there, somewhere around the corner when it comes to cricket. But at the moment, there isn't one there for the home side. And the over dot ball to finish. 80 overs now have been bowled. 258 for 9. James Anderson takes the cap off and the jumper. And we'll take this second new ball immediately from the David Caper end.
Well, if he can concoct something similar to what we saw on the morning session of day 2, this partnership could be broken very, very quickly now that the new ball has come into play. Regardless, though, what a stand this is. 60 runs. The final wicket between McManus and Conway. Still got an awful long way to go if they're to beat the all-time record here for Northamptonshire. Stands at 148. That was set back in 1925 by Benjamin Bellamy and John Murdin against Glamorgan. Unsurprisingly, Northamptonshire went on to win that game and win it quite handily. But let's see what this shiny new ball can do. That one enticing the outside edge of McManus's bat. Just tipped around the corner goalkeeper style there by Harry Singh. And now the extra slip comes into play. Oh, that is a peach, isn't it?
It really is. New ball asking questions. They've kind of gone split tactic here, haven't they, with the 2 catches and then the fielders out on the boundary edge. Really want to have an opportunity to bowl at Harry Conway. And again, tempting Lewis McManus. The second new ball, do you think Lancashire could try and target both of these batters rather than this split field, try and get McManus out as well as Conway?
Yeah, I would say so. It's definitely worth it, isn't it? Even if you just try it for a couple of overs. The fact is, even though these two have done such an excellent job, the lead is still over 3 figures. It's 126 runs at this point. And it's sizable. It's not as large as it obviously could have been. I mean, at one stage, let's not forget Northamptonshire were 51 for 5. It appeared as though, well, we could have been finished probably midway through today. Had that session have continued in the manner it did. But Lancashire still in the more favourable position in this game. Sanderson there, bowling his 4th maiden of the game. He's bowled 18 overs, 5 for 66. The balls to Vasconcelos and Sales in particular. Well, they were vintage Anderson.
Yeah, Tom Bailey then to join Sir James Anderson with this 2nd new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 3 slips in place. Conway on strike. That one, as you'd expect it to be, on the money. And ominously, the cloud cover building up over the county ground in Northampton. The first day that we've played any cricket so far without any floodlights on at all. Must be a sign that summer's getting closer. Spring has sprung, summer's getting closer. Much lighter and brighter day in store from what we had on days 1 and 2, as that one just nips away from Harry Conway for another dot ball.
Well, just a bit of an update from the south coast. Hampshire now 95 for 8 in that game against Essex. I'll tell you the fall of those wickets after this next ball. Oh, that's a big shout here for Bailey. He's trapped in LBW. And that will signal the end of the Northamptonshire innings. Conway it is who departs for 20. Bailey takes 4. And the home side dismissed for 258 runs here at the county grounds. The new ball doing the trick almost immediately for the Red Rose. So Lancashire will have a very handy lead of 126 as they prepare to come out to bats around about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, good morning for Northamptonshire, wasn't it? Good partnership between those two for the final wicket. Batting bonus point, 50 partnership, getting as close as they possibly could to that first innings score of Lancashire's. Lancashire will be happy. They've still got a lead of over 100. The sun is out. There are no demons in this surface whatsoever. Positive for Northamptonshire. They will have just a fun little, what will it be, a half hour? Are we going to have an extended morning session, Aaron, with the overs we need to make up, won't we? So it'll be longer than that half an hour with the 10-minute break. But Aaron and I will take a break. We'll have a breather and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the start of the 3rd innings. Okay, folks, we're back for the start of the third innings. Northamptonshire fielders and umpires made their way out to the middle. The Lancashire batters just getting there now. Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway will be opening the bowling for Northamptonshire with this new ball. Still got plenty of cricket left to play in this morning session. We've got overs to make up because of the bad light that we received and were in store for yesterday evening. So Lancashire lead Northamptonshire by 126 runs at the beginning of this third innings. It's 3 slips in place. Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. We're powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Thank you so much for joining us. My name's Dan Jadzowicz, joined by Aaron Viles. We're ready for a bit more first-class cricket as Sanderson begins his run-up with Luke Wells on strike. And Sanderson on the money. 5 wickets in the first innings for Ben Sanderson, including his 600th in all formats for Northamptonshire. What a cricketer he has been for the home side over the years. Feels like we need a bit of Sando magic, though. Couple of Lancashire wickets before lunch would start to make this scorecard and fixture look a fraction more interesting than what it is. 126 in front, Lancashire a long way ahead of the game. Luke Wells, who batted brilliantly in the first innings. Josh Bohannon at 3, who batted brilliantly in the first innings. Going to be tough going, isn't it? But Northampton's batted well this morning.
They certainly did. Got to give them credit for that. But of course, with the ball in hands, as we saw on day one, multiple chances being dropped, whether that was in the slips or in the outfield. Need to hang on to those opportunities as and when they come. But I know we've spoken there predominantly about Sanderson. Just a word on Luke Wells' batting on day one. Scored 87. And up until that point of dismissal, where he kind of just walked past one from Harrison and got stumped by McManus, well, he was faultless. He played some absolutely immaculate cricket shots. So he'll be hoping for more of the same here with what is a very, very good foundation for the visitors.
Yeah, Northampton will think that this new ball, that they could nick a couple of these Lancashire wickets pretty early. Both Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway bowled nicely on Friday morning and just weren't backed up by Luke Proctor and James Sales. Into the pads, and he will get a leg by to open the account. In fact, it'll be Luke Wells off the mark. He's got a little feather on it. Gets a single. So Harry Singh will face up against Ben Sanderson for the first time this morning.
As an innings as well. Big opportunity, isn't it, for Harry Singh. Scored 18 in the first before he was dismissed by this man, Ben Sanderson. Caught in the slips by George Bartlett it was in the end. Definitely someone with a lot of promise, though.
It's a domineering front foot defence by Harry Singh to end the first over. 1 without loss. Lancashire.
Yeah, both of these Lancashire openers as well, coming from fine cricketing backgrounds. Of course, Luke Wells, the son of former England and Sussex batter Alan, also the nephew of former Sussex all-rounder Colin Wells. And well, we spoke about Harry Singh and his connection to the game on day one. Of course, the son of former India and Uttar Pradesh seamer RP Singh, and also the brother of Anjali, who played for Lancashire's women's side back in 2019. So it will be Harry Conway with ball in hand. He did well with the bat, didn't he? Scoring 20. Let's see what he can concoct now that he's got that Duke's ball in his palms.
Yeah, 3 slips for Conway and Northamptonshire here. Sanderson did the damage in the first innings. Is it Conway's turn in the third? Oh, and starts a good line on a good length and left well alone by Luke Wells. I think it's going to miss us, but there's one of those odd, isolated, showery clouds just drifting past us at the moment. Blue skies after it. I think it's just going to go to the south of us. Driven, well stopped, half stopped in fact, and George Bartlett doing enough to keep that to a dot ball. It's well driven by Luke Wells.
Certainly was, and Bartlett was very active, wasn't he, on that first day? So too was Nathan McSweeney. And it is the odd adage, isn't it, in this great game, but you want your best fielders in those real key and important positions, hence why Bartlett is there in at cover. We all know the strength and the power that Wells possesses through that region. Inching ever closer as well to what would be a major career milestone. Before this game, he was 193 away from 12,000 career first-class runs. Of course, after that 87 in the first, that now cut down to 106. Whether or not he makes that in this game remains to be seen, but should get there sooner rather than later.
Certainly started the season well, didn't he? Luke Wells was absolutely furious with himself in the manner of which he got out in that first innings. Just ran past one off the bowling of Calvin Harrison, having not really taken a risk throughout the entirety of the innings up to that point. Lewis McManus tidied the job up and whipped the bails off. He had to make his way off. Disciplined start by Harry Conway. So he'll certainly feel that he's left a few out there this opening round of championship fixtures. Well played in the end. Luke Wells takes the pace off of it, drops it into the offside, takes the single, keeps the strike, 2 for no loss.
2 things as well to just note about that shot. First and foremost, where he played it, nice and late under the eye line. And the other thing as well, which he showcased very nicely in his first innings, of course, playing it with soft hands. So crucial, especially against that new ball, not to just throw the bat through the line. He's an experienced operator now, isn't he? Is Wells. Spent a number of seasons at Lancashire now, of course. Joined ahead of the 2021 season. Certainly a fan favourite up there. A large section of the fans absolutely adore him. And rightfully so. Fitted into life in the Northwest quite superbly.
Defended well by Wells. It's been a good start with the ball here. The Northants asking plenty of questions. Luke Wells at the moment have got plenty of answers.
It's a good battle, though, isn't it, between these two? Two incredibly experienced cricketers going at it here. So far, as you said, Dan, Wells more than up to the task, but you think he's 35, been playing county cricket for a number of seasons now. Sanderson 37, as he displayed in that first bout. He's definitely still got it. He really has. The man is a magician with the red ball in hand. And these are the kind of matchups that we absolutely adore in the county championship. That game of cat and mouse between two quality operators.
Chance. Harry Singh, desperate to get off the mark, takes on Luke Proctor, comes through safely, picks up the single. For a moment, the captain of Northamptonshire would have been interested at the chance for a run out. There's a good opening partnership between these two. Yes, it was only worth 43, but it did take out 13 overs of that new ball on Friday morning, which then allowed the likes of Bohannon and Wells to put together that 130-run partnership that they had. And obviously, by the time Michael Jones joined Josh Bohannon at the crease, there was not much assistance for the Northants bowlers whatsoever. Another smart and quick single taken.
At the end of this one, Dan, I think we'll just do a quick update. We did promise the update from the South Coast, and, well, the innings ended just as we're about to do it. So we'll wait until the culmination of this third over. Looking around, there have been quite a few wickets across the grounds. That will be a dot ball to finish from Ben Sanderson. The over goes for 3. Lancashire now 5 without loss, leading by 131 runs. So, as promised, let's head down to Southampton first, where Hampshire are 116 for 8 in response to Essex's 461 for 7 declared. Sam Cook, who of course got a little bit of a point to prove, currently 3 for 16 from 10 overs, 5 of which have been maidens. Great start to his 2026. As Wells just leans in to that latest drive. Down in Taunton, Somerset and Nottinghamshire currently taken off for rain. The defending champions 274 for 6. Alfie Ogborn getting the key wickets of Carl Verreynne and Joe Clark. Well, in the space of the same over. Absolutely tremendous work that from the young left-arm seam bowler. Conway there continues to deal in dot balls. Heading to Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 413 for 4 against Surrey. They lead by 85 runs after a slight rain delay in the second city. Yorkshire are 97 for 3 in the 28th over against Glamorgan. Adam Lythe, as is so often the case, going well on an unbeaten 31 in the final Division 1 game. Sussex 221 for 6, leading Leicestershire by 337. Wells goes for the drop and run to point. Of course, here in Division 2, as you can see, Lancashire 6 without loss, leading Northamptonshire by 132 runs. As for the other game taking place in the East Midlands, it's lunch at Derby, where Worcestershire are 155 for 3, trailing the home side by 470 runs. Dan Latigan ran out on 89 in heartbreaking fashion, going back for a quick second. And in the end, he has had to return to the hutch. As for the next game taking place in North London, we have just seen a 7th Gloucestershire wicket fall. West Country outfit 197 for 7 in response to Middlesex's 445 for 9 declared. Craig Miles, the latest man to depart, courtesy of Zafar Gohar. Harry Singh plays that one very confidently on the forward defence. And as we've spoken to on numerous occasions throughout this morning session, sadly, no play before lunch at the Riverside between Durham and Kent as a result of some storm damage to the stadium itself. So fingers crossed that everything is okay up in Durham. Of course, that the damage caused by Storm Dave isn't too severe. So 3 slips in the cordon here for Conway.
To the pads that time, but sliding down the leg side. Lancs pick up another single for the team score, leg by. 7 for no loss at the end of the 4th over. Good start for Northamptonshire, keeping the runs down, not asking, or having not created huge questions as yet. But Sanderson and Conway bowling well in tandem.
The key for the home side, though, as we touched upon in the first innings, Dan, is the change bowling, isn't it? You can almost expect this from Sanderson and Conway. We know that they'll have a good start with the ball in hand. It's all about what comes after that.
Absolutely right. And they certainly didn't have that on day one. Overstepping there for Ben Sanderson. That would be rarer than rocking horse drop-ins in Ben Sanderson's first-class career. And a big, big flashy drive from Harry Singh. Whether he got indication that the no ball had been called before he'd gone for that shot or not, but it's a busy cricketer, Harry Singh. He wants to fill bat on ball. He goes with pretty hard hands towards it. Behind there. So Northamptonshire and Sanderson will feel they're very, very much in a game here with Harry Singh, particularly in comparison to that of the style of Luke Wells, who's a lot gentler, a lot softer. Plays the ball into the ground quite quickly, doesn't he? You mentioned that outstanding stat. What was it? Over 1,000 boundary fours in comparison to about 66s in his first-class career. It's a remarkable difference. 3 slips in place. If the edges, it will be coming pretty quickly towards one of them. And well fielded off his own bowling. Singh continues.
A little bit of a shift there with regards to the field placement. Deep square leg just pulled back a few paces to his right, now operating as a deep backward square leg.
Down the leg side, they'll come back for a couple. Eye on the umpire to see whether that's runs or leg buys. It's going to be leg buys signalled. McManus really disappointed in himself that he didn't tidy that one up. A couple more added for Lancs and into double digits now, onto 11. 2 straight that time from Ben Sanderson. Gone. Castled him. Straight through Harry Singh. It's nipped back. Top of middle stump. Bales have gone flying. Northamptonshire have got their first. And the Lancs opener, Harry Singh, departs for just 1.
And that right there is quintessential Ben Sanderson. It's his 6th wicket of the game in its entirety, of course, building on from that previous 5-wicket haul. And that really is just an absolute beauty. It holds its shape, it holds its line, disturbs the timber. And as you said, Dan, Northamptonshire have got their first. Who else but Ben Sanderson? The man is timeless.
He certainly is. Absolutely brilliant operator with the dukes in hand. Very skillful cricketer. A great servant to Northamptonshire since moving down the country. Over 600 wickets across all formats for the county. He crossed that milestone yesterday. He really is a magician to watch. Bowls with such control. And at number 3 for Lancashire, to join Luke Wells in the middle, is Josh Bohannon. With respect to the opening partnership for Lancashire, this is the partnership that Northamptonshire will be desperate to break, and break early. So we will have that, I believe we'll have that extended morning session to try and recoup some of those overs that we lost yesterday. Both of these batters went very, very well on day 1. Both falling shy of that 100. But big, big contributors to that 384 that Lancashire scored in their first innings. And it is Sanderson with 3 slips. Bohannon on strike. Oh, it's a beauty, isn't it? Absolute beauty. The effects mic playing tricks on us. Sanderson cannot believe it. Great start. Welcome to the crease to Josh Bohannon.
Unsurprisingly, these 2 prized wickets for Northamptonshire. As you said, Dan, Bohannon having a very good time of it in the first innings, scored 90.
Down the leg side, there was bat on that, wasn't there? It wasn't far away from McManus. A tumbling McManus couldn't quite get there. It's 4 runs for Bohannon. He's off the mark. 15 for 1 after 5 overs for Lancashire.
An encouraging over, though, isn't it, from Ben Sanderson? Of course, for the bowler, it's disappointing. Just goes beyond the grasp of McManus with the gloves, but well, almost made it 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries. As for their partnership as well, these 2, well, it really was a sight to behold for the second wickets. 132 runs. So Northants know If they can get another wicket here before that lunch interval. Lancashire still well on top, of course. They're practically 141 for one. I know they're 15 for one in the innings itself as Conway bowls here to Wells. But just from a morale standpoint for Northamptonshire, can get 2 of that top 3 out and begin to expose the middle order. The third innings is an interesting one, isn't it? It really is. It's at times very difficult to know when to really go hammer and tongs and when to maybe cover up a little bit more. Then, of course, there is the decision, should Lancashire get there, to make a declaration. What would be a good declaration? We're very, very far away from that, don't get me wrong, but it's always a bit of a conundrum, isn't it, with that third go?
Yeah, there's certainly a science to it, isn't there? You don't always get it right at the moment. As you mentioned, essentially 140 odd runs in front with 9 wickets remaining in this third innings. First job for these two, isn't it, is to get through for lunch. Lose one of these two, I think Northamptonshire will be very, very excitable about what potentially is in store for this afternoon. But equally, these two will be confident of putting together a big partnership once again for Lancashire as Conway just hangs that outside off stump.
We have got a further update from Southampton. Hampshire now 9 wickets down. Kyle Abbott traps LBW, my fellow countryman Simon Harmer. Thankfully for the Rose and Crown, though, it has started raining. So they'll be hoping that that's quite a prolonged delay. Still trailed by 322 runs.
It's a beauty again, isn't it? Bohannon drawn into playing the shot by Harry Conway. Misses it to the gloves of McManus. I mean, with the weather around, we're in our own little microclimate here in Northampton. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Certainly is. Looks like a picture-perfect summer's day from our vantage point here in the commentary box. It's a lot colder than it looks, though, I can assure you that. Still very much a stiff breeze, as you can see with the 2 flags. But that is a difficult start to the season for Hampshire. Gloucestershire also 8 wickets down at Lords. Safa Gohart has got Matt Taylor out, so they're also in a slight pickle, given Middlesex's 445 for 9 in the first innings. We've also got the Northants coaching staff going for a little bit of a wander at the minute.
A strong end to the over for Northamptonshire. 3 dot balls in a row. 16 for 1 after 6.
Conway there, just having a laugh and a joke with McManus as Vasconcelos will get into position at first slip. It's Calvin Harrison to his left, Louis Kimber occupying that third slip position. Can Sanderson make it 2 in as many overs? He starts off well. Bowling over the wicket here to the left-handed Wells, potentially looking to just induce a feather. Saw Calvin Harrison take a very good catch in the slips to dismiss George Balderson. Vasconcelos, as we know, ever present in that cordon as well. As for the rest of the field, a man out at deep points, Harry Conway. We've just seen bowl down at long leg. Safe save it is, at square leg. Fielder in the covers in the shape of George Bartlett. And of course, your standard mid-on and mid-off as well.
Do you think Northamptonshire would go to Calvin Harrison earlier than what they maybe did in the first innings? I think Luke Proctor will bowl. Do you see James Sales getting a spell in this third innings, or do you see Luke Proctor throwing the ball to the leg spinner ahead of that, the fourth seamer?
For me, I'd probably give Harrison a little bit of a sighter, just to see how the pitch is acting. Nicely driven there by Wells, but only as far as the mid-off fielder. Nathan McSweeney is down there. Yeah, Harrison yesterday, of course, he was the catalyst, wasn't he, to break this very partnership. So Wells is still out there, just getting into his groove, going through the motions. Definitely worth giving him a little bit of a go. That's another fine shot from Wells. Very strong shot off the back foot and well guided down towards James Sales. Of course, with a wrist spinner, even on a surface which isn't doing much, just given the natural role of the art form itself, I mean, they're difference makers, aren't they? They are X-factor players. Got a decent wrist spinner. Can be absolutely vital. Sanderson rounds out the over with a dot ball. Just the one run conceded off the bat of Luke Wells. So Lancashire 17 for 1. They lead by a very healthy margin of 143. So Conway, it will be to Wells. That one down the leg side, helped along its way, very fine. Chase on here for the fielder. And in the end, he's done a fine job indeed. Restricts it to just a single.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson down there in front of the Spencer Lounge, just racing around the outfield, wasn't he? Thinking he can take a breather and a thought about the over he's just bowled? No. To go off the pad, didn't it, which took some of the pace and the momentum out of the ball, but he did incredibly well to get around and keep it down to just a single. Conway will have a bowl at Bohannon. I think of the two, from what we've seen so far this morning, I think Northamptonshire will be happier bowling at Bohannon. It looks like he'll keep you in the game a bit more than what Luke Wells has done so this morning.
A bit like that. That is an absolute screamer of a catch. Bohannon caught on the drive, absolutely expertly. Conway strikes. Northamptonshire have got their seconds. And Lancs find themselves 18 for 2, courtesy of a moment of magic in the slips cordon. Well, that is absolutely remarkable. Louis Kimber, take a bow. Just felt as though time stood still.
What a catch. A massive, massive, expansive drive from Josh Bohannon. Not in control of it at all. Louis Kimber has caught that behind him. One-handed, stuck it out straight into the middle of the mitt, and he's held on to an absolutely spectacular catch. Yes, it's the third day of the 2026 season, but that is going to be a contender for Northamptonshire's Catch of the Year. What a piece of fielding by Louis Kimber.
Well, that is your welcome to Northamptonshire moment, isn't it? Mobbed by his teammates. Harry Conway absolutely loving it. And that is a massive wicket, huge wicket to get Josh Bohannon out. Spoke about his record. He has been the destroyer-in-chief of the Tudor Rose over the years. Before last season, he had scored centuries in 4 successive matches in the first-class format against the East Midlands County. But his time with the bats is done courtesy of a moment of sheer brilliance from former Leicestershire all-rounder Louis Kimber. Dare I say, that will be doing the rounds on social media over the course of the afternoon. And now Conway. Well, he will be absolutely up for this one. Taking on George Bell, extra slip in the cordon. That one down the leg side. There's a big appeal for caught behind. It's 2 in 2 balls. And George Bell departs for a golden duck. Caught by McManus. And Harry Conway will be on a hat-trick. Lancashire 18 for 3. The Red Rose leading by 144. But this now turning into a very good morning session for the home side.
It ends what was a very good morning session for the home side. Harry Conway will walk off for lunch on a hat-trick. We've seen 2 spectacular catches in consecutive balls there. The first by Louis Kimber, the second by Lewis McManus. Strangled down the leg side, George Bell. And Northamptonshire have got Lancashire 3 down for 18 on the stroke of lunch. So they lead by 144, the visitors, with 7 second innings wickets remaining. This has certainly been Northamptonshire's morning. Lancashire still have a very, very healthy lead. Let's not get too carried away from a Northamptonshire perspective, but Northamptonshire certainly wrestling themselves back into a better position than where they were when play started at 11 o'clock this morning.
Absolutely. Well, it has been a thoroughly interesting and entertaining start to day 3 here. We will take a 40-minute break for the lunch interval, but when we return, we'll be here to provide you with all of the action as we see the continuation and the afternoon session here on day 3 as Northamptonshire and Lancashire face off in this, the opening game of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. We'll see you shortly.
With no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Welcome back to the County Ground Northampton, where we are almost ready to get back underway here on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. Brought to you live here on the Northampton CCC YouTube channel. As we saw at the culmination of the morning session, Harry Conway taking 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. The first one, Josh Bohannon, dismissed for 4 via an absolute perler of a catch from Louis Kimber. The second one, a smart low diving catch from Lewis McManus down the leg side to dismiss George Bell. Here we go then, Harry Conway it is, bowling here to Michael Jones, the Lancashire number 5. He's on for a hat-trick. Conway to Jones, it is nice and full. And dug out. Very, very well indeed. There won't be a hat-trick here on what has been a crazy day of cricket so far. But either way, this has been a terrific over nonetheless. 2 wickets and just the solitary run conceded. In terms of the wider context of the game, Dan, of course, 18 for 3 is how the second innings looks, but Lancashire, 144 for 3, essentially still in a strong position. Oh, he's gone through him! It's 3 wickets in the over for Harry Conway, who's charging all the way around the county grounds. Double high five there with safe save, and Lancashire now 18 for 4.
How can you not love this man if you're a fan of a maroon cap? What a signing Harry Conway was last year. An incredible piece of business to bring him back again in 2026. One of those mercurial cricketers, an energetic character, someone that lifts the entire team. And as you say, he's picked up 3 wickets in the over. He's missed the hat-trick, but he's picked up Michael Jones the very next ball. What an opening spell this has been from Sanderson and Harry Conway.
Well, this is absolutely staggering. Harry Conway here has taken 3 wickets for 4 runs from 3.4 overs. Absolutely unbelievable, really. And that is a top-notch delivery. Next into bats will be Matty Hurst. I think it's safe to say, Dan, Northamptonshire well and truly up for this.
It's been a fantastic fight back on day 3, hasn't it? Let's just remind everybody that Lancashire do still lead by 144 runs with these 6 wickets remaining, but Harry Conway has really, really found the spot here at the county grounds. Hurst gets off the mark straight away, but Conway attacking those stumps once again to end what's been a remarkable over. 3 wickets in it for Harry Conway. 8 overs complete in this innings, and it's 18 for 4.
As you can hear there, through the ambient mic, a rich ripple of applause for the 6'7" Australian seam bowler. Let's not forget as well, this is his first competitive game since May 2025. I mean, what a tremendous return it is. And he basks in the adulation of the fans down to our right-hand side in the Briggs and Forrester. Doesn't get any easier for Lancashire from the other end. Ben Sanderson it will be. Bowled 4 overs before lunch. No maidens, 1 wicket for 11 runs. Here he is against Luke Wells. Wells now, he is the #1 target as far as the home side are concerned. After this, Lancashire still have got the likes of George Balderson, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, and of course Ajit Singh Dale and the captain, James Anderson. This has been an absolutely outstanding go with the new ball in hand. So just looking here, still got those 3 slips in the cordon. Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison. Of course, Louis Kimber, who took that outrageous catch to dismiss Josh Bohannon. That was the catalyst, wasn't it, Dan, that has sparked this mini collapse from the visiting side.
We can understand why, can't you? It was a shell-shocking moment for everybody concerned. It was a 1 in 100 catch from Louis Kimber, really. You could just sense that momentum swing in the favour of Northamptonshire. Harry Conway, just the belief grew. That Lancashire dressing room, having just seen that, maybe being influenced by that catch. Great shot by Luke Wells. Timed brilliantly out to James Sales, who does keep it inside and will keep it down to 1. Covered the ground well and a good eventual return throw in, backed up by safe Zabe.
I was about to say, almost went over the top, didn't it? But thankfully, Zabe was there to do the mopping up. So 21 for 4 in the second innings. The lead still 147 as now Harry Conway switches over to the left-hand side and again receives some nice applause from the supporters. Appears as though the helmet's coming on as well, doesn't it, here for McManus? It's a tactic we saw yesterday, especially against Hurst. He is someone who likes to just take a step or two down the track, looking to nullify LBW, also meet the pitch of the ball a little bit easier. Just puts a little hint of doubt into the mind when you've got that keeper stood up as McManus is.
Yeah, it just takes away that option of leaving it, doesn't it, after you've shuffled down. You'd still back yourself to play it 9 times out of 10. And I still think if Matty Hurst felt the best way to be successful here against Ben Sanderson would be to take those steps forward, despite the fact that McManus is up to the stumps, he should probably still do it. But it does just limit your options, limit your movement. Why give the opposition another mode of dismissal? But trapping him on the crease. Very wise move from Sanderson and McManus. End of the over, 21 for 4.
Again, a strong start, wasn't it, from Sanderson? Just the solitary run conceded. And here's the first over from the David Capel end in this afternoon session. I think for Lancashire, though, probably a little bit more concerned about the man who's currently got the new ball in hand. That is Harry Conway, just giving it a little bit of a twirl right now. Bowling over the wicket here to the left-handed Wells. Wells once more up to the task on the defence.
He's been excellent, hasn't he? Through the course of the game, Luke Wells. Runs in the first innings, resolute in the second so far. I think it's one of those periods of play, isn't it? Similar to what we saw this morning. I don't think Northamptonshire would be that upset if Luke Wells picked up a single here and had an opportunity to to bowl at Matty Hurst for a couple of overs, having just faced 3 deliveries. He's a busy cricketer. Again, he wants to feel bat on ball. He wants to be in the game. Again, just swinging back in towards that off stump of Luke Wells.
If anyone is to score big, though, it is Luke Wells. I remember, well, it would have been about 4 years ago now, that extraordinary run chase at Edgbaston, where a couple of early wickets fell, and Wells in the end finished on 175. Here he is against Conway. Well, a very muted appeal, mostly by McManus on that occasion. Visitors here just need to see out this difficult passage. We spoke before lunch about the change of bowlers as well. James Sales has been warming up down towards deep backward square leg. Imagine we'll see Luke Proctor at some point. Of course, Calvin Harrison with the leg spin. Home side are fired up here. As Wells just guides that away towards deep backward point. Get the customary change in the field as well, of course. The right-handed Hurst comes back onto strike. Proctor and McSweeney, captain and vice-captain respectively, just having a conversation with Conway. 3 slips await in the cordon. Fielders at short mid-wickets and point as well. Well, Conway having a little bit of a shy at the stumps. Hurst was alert to it, would have got the bat down in time. One inspiring spell this has been. Very similar in terms of the way in which Jimmy Anderson just ripped the heart of the Northamptonshire batting unit around about 24 hours ago. That will be a dot ball to finish Conway's 5th. Look at those figures, 3 for 7. Sanderson also complimenting him adeptly as always. 1 for 12 from his 5. And it is the veteran. Just makes that long trundle across to the David Capel end. Having a look out there, safe save, doing some shadow batting. A continuation of the field placement as well. 6-3 in favour of the offside here to the left-handed Wells. For those of you who've maybe just started tuning in to the live stream, please do let us know where you are catching the action from here on Easter Sunday. Had plenty tuning in, of course, from the county of Northamptonshire itself. Given plenty of shout-outs to the Northwest as well. It's been really interesting to find all of that out as Sanderson takes on Wells again. Should come as no surprise, Dan. It is a region of the country I am very fond of. Got family connections up in Warrington Way and Manchester. Spend a lot of time up there. So, definitely a place I've visited on many an occasion over the years. Home to a very historic county cricket club as well.
Yeah, they got their backs against the wall at the moment, though. Lancashire, very much damage limitation right now for Luke Wells and Matty Hurst. That's flashed away over the offside. Should be kept in play by James Sales, and will allow Luke Wells to come back for a second. Goal number 1 here for these two is going to be to see off Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway, isn't it? 10 overs into the innings, so a little bit of this shine would have gone. Wonder whether the slightly calmer conditions are just enhancing any lateral movement, giving the ball a chance to swing. No floodlights, which we had on days 1 and 2. Change in the field in response to that last shot by Luke Wells. Safe save goes from the leg side to backward point. Oh, and it was aerial, wasn't it? Past Louis Kimber. We saw him throw himself at one a couple of overs ago. That one too wide, and it's 4 for Lancashire and Wells. A bit of fortune, though.
Well, as an opener, there always is that hint of fortune, isn't there? I don't think that will throw too much doubt into the mind here of Luke Wells. As we all know, a very classy, composed operator. He moves on to 16. I do like the change of angle here, though, from Ben Sanderson, as we see a dot ball to finish. 6 runs from that latest over. Lancashire 28 for 4 in the innings itself, lead by 154 overall. And we did just mention about asking where you're tuning in from. Plenty of responses. Happy Easter to you as well, Carol, tuning in from Chester. Of course, a lovely part of the country. Those Roman walls and beautiful, beautiful cricket grounds up there as well. Stephen tuning in from Lancaster. Of course, a place steeped in history. Very interesting castle up in Lancaster. Debbie tuning in from Radcliffe. Place that I know through football, actually, Radcliffe FC. I think they're in the 6th tier of English football at the moment, as Conway bowls here to Hurst and McManus throws himself across. Josh tuning in from Bromley. Kane tuning in from Bolton. We've given Bolton a lot of mentions, haven't we, over the past few days? Of course, Josh Bohannon with that link. Spoke about Hasib Hamid. Of course, he now plies his trade as the captain of Nottinghamshire. And Jack tuning in from Blackburn. A couple from Liverpool as well. Great to have your company. Blackburn, of course, home to, well, a Premier League winning team, aren't they? Blackburn Rovers.
Certainly are. A few years ago now, mind you. Was it 95, 96, wasn't it? The Blackburn Rovers won the Premier League. Still, though, you can never take it away. You can never take it away. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. Never take it away.
Certainly can't. Jack tuning in from Burnley, of course, the birthplace. We're certain Sir James Anderson. John tuning in from Norfolk. Couple from Northampton. Really is a pleasure. Great as well to see the appeal of county cricket. Long may it continue. Conway gets Wells driving. Appeals to the umpire. Vociferously, as always, does the Australian.
Yeah, no support from the slip cordon at all, was there, for that appeal from Harry Conway. One of the rare loose shots by Luke Wells that we've seen here in Northampton over the weekend. Just rehearsing it. He's got all the real estate in the world to play into through the offside, isn't he? Just George Bartlett stationed at extra cover and Luke Proctor at mid-off, but there's a whole load of outfield to find a gap into. one tucked into the leg side. Northampton really attacking at this moment. 3 catches in. Few boundary riders. Harry Conway with his tail up.
Yeah, you can tell he's up for this, isn't he? That one, a genuine bumper. Good take in the end by McManus. Just keeping Welsh true and on his toes. Just been fed through the comment by Mark as well. Watching from Adelaide. And he's put in brackets, home of the back-to-back Sheffield Shield champions. An amazing achievement. And of course, captains by the man currently at mid-on, a certain Nathan McSweeney. Great to have him here as well, isn't it, in county cricket? Top-class operator.
Yeah, very excited to see how the overseas cricketers go in the 2026 season, joined by a host of other Australians. Jake Lehman himself down at Hampshire. Jake Weatherald, a late replacement, just up the M1 at Leicestershire. Marcus Harris will be playing once again for Lancashire. Cameron Bancroft at Gloucestershire. Kemar Roach, Mohammed Abbas. It's the real kind of who's who in the world of cricket turning out to play championship, and that I think again highlights the appeal that this competition has. People want to come and play county championship cricket, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. And we're glad to have them as well. As you said, Dan, some terrific overseas players. Here in Northampton, we'll have usage of help a little bit later on in the season. Sanderson bowls here to Hurst, and that'll be a dot ball to start off with. Both of these counties over the years, they've had some tremendous overseas talent, haven't they? Whenever I think of Lancashire, even though it wasn't quite my era, just as a enjoyer of this great game, Wasim Akram immediately springs to mind.
Yeah, one of the absolute very best. Steeped in history. So many different players from all over the world have come and played in this amazing competition that we've got. It's a real standout as well, isn't it? It's the one first-class competition that does attract the volume, the quantity, and the quality of the overseas stars. Oh, inside edge that time. Hurst steals the single. Sharp by James Sales, but not sharp enough. Good single for Lancashire. It's not really replicated anywhere else around the world, is it? You hear of the odd cricketer here or there going off to play first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. There was it Ben Folkes played some first-class cricket in Sri Lanka years and years ago. It's hardly like there's an English influx on the Ranji Trophy or the West Indies first-class competition. Maybe English cricket would benefit if there was. Maybe we could set up a cricketer exchange program. Your silence there tells me that's a terrible idea, but I think there's legs in that.
Well, it's actually more just focusing on the change in field here. Save's gone to gully, hasn't he? 3 slips in the cordon. Very aggressive field being set here. And, well, speaking of Sabe, he actually went to Zimbabwe, didn't he? To play in the Logan Cup. Shout out to the Southern Rocks. That's who he played for in that competition.
Yeah, he built up a good friendship with Sikandar Raza whilst Raza was here playing for the Steelbacks in the T20 Blast, which I think then facilitated and enabled that trip down to Zimbabwe to get some red ball cricket in some different conditions. I think it's good. I think it's great. Well bowled once again, Ben Sanderson. To go and expose yourself to different conditions and challenges and cricketers. I think you can only come away from one of those situations, if not a better cricketer, but definitely a better all-round human being.
Oh, 100%. And I've spoken to a number of players who have been out to the Logan Cup, one of whom was Ben Compton. Don Bess was another one.
Now, Alex Russell, once of Northamptonshire, the leg spinner. He's played a couple of seasons out there as well.
Well, that was very close indeed. Squeezes off the inside edge there of Wells's bats, beats the dive of McManus. Hurtles away for 4 runs just below us here in the commentary box. It's a boundary to end the 13th. Lancashire 34 for 4. Wells on 20, Hurst on 4. The overall lead stretches to 160. No, it really is fascinating. And as we said over the years, well, some huge names, absolutely monumental names have graced the county championship. So Conway, it'll be to continue. 3 slips remain firmly in the cordon. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Kimber at third, but that one very wide from the Aussie. I read something the other day as well, Dan, which is really interesting, or at least it is to a cricket badger. But in terms of Test cricket history, all but one player in men's cricket who have scored at least 10,000 Test runs has played for at least one county, which is really, really interesting. And of course, we almost saw Virat Kohli in 2018 with that planned stint at Surrey. Unfortunately, it didn't materialise, but that would have been quite something. You think of the other ones. Brian Lara, of course, for Warwickshire. Ricky Ponting played for Surrey. Jacques Callis, as a little bit of a youngster in the 90s, played for Middlesex. So interesting. And again, I think that's what makes it so special. I've spoken to a lot of South African cricketers over the years, and they heard the stories told by the likes of Callis, told by the likes of Alan Donald. Spoken more recently by Dale Steyn, who, of course, played for multiple counties. It's a great way to improve as both a player and, of course, as a person as well, testing yourself in different conditions. Conway again puts Wells onto the back foot.
Tell you what I'd like to know. I'd like to know the favourites from overseas cricketers that people have enjoyed over the years.
Yes.
I mean, one right at the moment from a Northamptonshire perspective has to be this man with ball in hand at the moment. I don't think you could not warm to Harry Conway and his character. But there have been so many greats over the years, all over the country and all over the world. Bowled once again. Good, solid defence by Matty Hurst. I'll give you one to start with. Being from the South Coast myself, my first would be Mushtaq Ahmed. Just a big character, whilst being quite a diminutive figure. Couple of 100-wicket seasons for Sussex in those championship-winning sides in the mid-2000s. A unique action. Brilliant to watch down by the seaside for Sussex.
There'll be a dot ball to finish the 14th.
Who springs to mind for you? If you had to pick one, because I know you're going to give me an encyclopedic list of 1,000 overseas cricketers that you've got locked away in the memory bank. But if I was to force you for one, who would it be?
That's a difficult one. In terms of one that I've seen live or all time?
I don't know, really. I mean, I would have thought one that you've seen, you've watched, but if you want to go back in the archives, you can.
Well, of course, for me, Brian Lara would have to be up there just for the 501 alone, and what was a historic 1994 season. As we see the first change of bowling here, Luke Proctor, it will be the Northamptonshire captain from the David Capel ends. First time seeing him in this second innings. Here he is bowling up first to Luke Wells, who leaves that one on line. No, it's a very, very difficult one. I think, if I'm being sentimental, it would be A.B. de Villiers when he played for Middlesex. That was in 2019. One of my absolute all-time favourite cricketers. But as we're mentioning with regards to these two counties, when anybody mentions Northamptonshire, three names immediately spring to mind. Wells crunches that one away off the back foot for one more run. So the first one is pretty obvious. It's Curtly Ambrose, and rightfully so. I mean, what an extraordinary bowler he was, not only for Northamptonshire, but of course for the West Indies. And then the other two were both Indian internationals. Bishan Singh Bedi, who, as a fan of spin bowling, what a beautifully smooth, aesthetically pleasing action he had. Gave it real tear, could generate those match-winning spells. And of course, Kapil Dev, he also represented the Tudor Rose. So for me, it would be those three. Hurst plays that one defensively. I did see in the comments as well, a certain Sarfraz Nawaz, who there is an interesting bit of trivia about him. And this arrived in 1977 when he took 6 for 8 from 13.2 overs as Lancashire were bowled out for 33 runs. It's the 5th lowest total in the Red Roses' history. And Sarfraz Nawaz was the destroyer-in-chief as Proctor testing the defences of Hurst once more. But in that game, they actually went on to draw that. The second innings was 501 for the visitors. So, and there's so many. It's a wonderful question, really, Dan. And yes, please do get your suggestions in. Would be fascinated to know. Doesn't necessarily have to be from these two counties either.
I always like to know why as well. I think there can be so many different reasons, can't there? You mentioned Brian Lara. You weren't there to watch it live, but the record speaks for itself. There could have been an overseas cricketer turn up for one game that did something particularly special for somebody as a youngster, maybe somebody that they look back upon and go, that's the first cricketer I got a signature from, or something like that. I like to know why. 3 slips for Luke Proctor. And off the hip of Matty Hurst. They'll look for 2. Harry Conway does the fielding. Will Matty Hurst come back for a second?
Well, Dan, we have already got some very, very good suggestions. In fairness, Anil Kumble, of course, is another one. Sir Richard Hadley at Notts. Yes, what an absolute legend. Again, someone with a buttery smooth action. Clive Lloyd. Yes, great shout from a Lancashire perspective. So Garfield Sobers, Farouk Engineer. Oh, Mike Proctor. I mean, there's so many. Like, we are so lucky. We're so fortunate. Someone else who actually gets mentioned an awful lot when I've spoken to older cricketers is Patrick Patterson. Just in terms of pure speed and almost intimidation. So that one was full and driven square of the wicket by Luke Wells. Patterson, who of course spent I think it was 6 or 7 seasons at Lancashire in the 1980s. We are so fortunate. I mean, even in recent seasons, seeing Steve Smith at Sussex, for example. And of course, Kane Williamson at Middlesex, not even a calendar year ago. That's edged and taken. Harry Conway has a fourth, gives it a bit of a celebration as he sends Matty Hurst back to the pavilion. And Lancashire now have lost a 5th wicket. Conway has 4 for 11 here at the county ground. And even though the lead stands at 166, this has been quite the fight back from the home side.
Bit of extra lift and bounce that time from Harry Conway. He's a big boy, isn't he? But that one just got a touch big on Matty Hurst, angling in towards the ribcage. Felt like he had to play at it. Ended up just fending it away and getting a thick outside edge into that slip cordon for another very smart catch. 5 down. The interesting thing I picked up there was the body language of Luke Wells in response. He tossed his bat down on the floor in disappointment. He's out there, he's 23 not out. He's grinding this innings out for his side. And as yet, he's not been supported by any one of his Lancashire teammates. He needs and is desperate for somebody to hang around with him. 5 down for 40. The lead's 166 with 5 second innings wickets remaining for Lancashire.
Well, it's game on. It really is game on. We spoke about how difficult these third innings can be. The Red Rose have got to dig deep here. George Balderson, the next man in, carded at number 7. Scored 21 with his first knock. He has got a very stern challenge here, courtesy of Harry Conway. What a signing he has been. And that previous dismissal, yes, Hurst, in hindsight, really should have taken the bats out of the firing line, but that's what Conway does. It's the extra lift, as you put it so excellently, Dan. Just provides that steepling bounce. And now he's got an opportunity to take a 5-foot. Just having one more conversation here with his captain, Luke Proctor. Nathan McSweeney, of course, offering those words of encouragement. Here we go then. Conway it is, around the wicket to the left-handed Balderson. And he survives his first.
What a superb spell. 7.3 overs, no maidens, 4 for 11 for Harry Conway. It was Ben Sanderson in the first innings with 5 wickets. Harry Conway doing the damage in the second. How many more can he bowl before he needs a breather? That's the question for Luke Proctor at Northamptonshire. But, I mean, at the minute, you'll be praying from a Northamptonshire perspective. He's got plenty left in the tank and he can just keep going. He's on it. He is on it today in the Midlands. It almost feels every time he lets go of the ball, there's something going to happen, doesn't it?
It does, and it's the beauty, isn't it, of seam bowling. There is that air of anticipation. You can feel it.
Again, even then, fairly wide of off stump, but almost playing the player at the moment. It was left alone in the end by George Balderson, but for a long time he was interested in trying to play that one. Luke Wells, as I say, at the non-strikers end, just desperate for somebody to hang around with him. Still the 3 slips for Northamptonshire. Balderson gets off the mark. It will just be a single, which won't upset Northamptonshire. It will keep Luke Wells at the non-striker's end, and Luke Proctor will get to have a go at the new man, Balderson.
And yet again, you just hear the applause, don't you? Wendell over there as well, loving it, waving the flag in front of the Northamptonshire Supporters Club. Great spell this from Harry Conway. Picking up exactly how he left off in 2025. Those 4 matches took 20 wickets at 20.75. He is such a fan favourite already, loving his time here in the East Midlands. Proctor will continue, just looking there in the slips as well. Calvin Harrison getting that bowling arm nice and loose. We have had plenty more suggestions in the overseas department as well, Dan, so you can read through those at the conclusion of this latest over. This should be at least 2 runs. Comes off the shoulder of Balderson's bat, and indeed it will be. Safe save will brought over here to the offside. Occupying the gully position. Can Proctor induce the edge? I know we said this over the previous 2 days as well, Dan, but this is why we love first-class cricket, isn't it? It's the drama, it's the theatre. It's the big question of what's next. The pigeon flies over. Balderson watches that latest one go. Of course, if we talk about modern overseas, it would be very amiss not to mention Colin Ingram. Kingram, as he's known down in South Wales. Started the season off with a century. It's that one full and wide and driven square of the wicket. Sales will pick it up. And Balderson sent back to the non-striker's end. Good fielding out there from the Northamptonshire all-rounder. I think Simon Harmer would also be in that category. Continues to do the damage. What now is his 10th season as an Essex cricketer. Wells will drill that down to mid-on for no run. Dot ball to finish. 3 overs, well, 3 runs, sorry, I should say, from the over. 17 overs have been bowled in the innings, and Lancashire now 44 for 5. Yeah, just looking at some of those other suggestions. Dane Villas, of course, former captain of Lancashire County Cricket Club. Whenever anybody says Dane Villas's name, I just think of Colwyn Bay and that double century. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous. Of course, Darren Lehman, who still to this day holds the record for the highest list A individual score by a Yorkshire cricketer. At least in men's cricket, it was broken last year by Lauren Winfield Hill, who scored a double century in the Metro Bank One Day Cup as Conway bowls here towards Balderson. Of course, Wakar Yunis, Chris Gale at Somerset. Now that is a shout and a half.
Did he ever play red ball cricket for Somerset? I don't know if he did. I don't think he did.
He
I think
certainly
it was
plays.
very much in his white ball era.
Certainly played T20.
Babar Azam was there, though, didn't he? Played some red ball cricket for Somerset.
Yes, he did in 2019.
Not that long ago.
And 2020, come to think of it.
It's unconvincing by Balderson there, just almost leaving the bat. Brought about some excitement for Harry Conway for a second. Does add another run to the board, though. It's 45 for 5 now. Luke Wells back on strike. He's on 23. And Conway, we would assume, is drawing to the completion of this spell, this mammoth spell that he's put together on either side of the lunch break. This is his 9th over. We expect to be replaced by Calvin Harrison. Can Luke Wells get through this, the remainder of this over unscathed? Plays that nicely for a single.
Well, so far, Wells has played this very, very well, hasn't he? He's just needed some support at the other end, and unfortunately, from a Lancashire point of view, hasn't really had that support at all.
You say they've got batting to come, though, haven't they? George Balderson himself in at the moment with Luke Wells, then Tom Hartley, then Tom Bailey. Tom Bailey proving his credentials at the end of that first innings. There's no such thing, is there, anymore as a number 10 and a number 11. Everybody can bat. James Anderson with the iconic reverse sweep. Down there, carded at number 11 for Lancashire. But they have got a lot of work to do. They do still lead by 172, the visitors. So it's healthy. They'll need, or they'll want, whether they'll need more than that is yet to be seen, but they will want significantly more than what they've got at the moment.
Oh, 100%. 100%. We've seen that run scoring has been easier after that first 22, 25 over patch. And as you said, they have still got plenty of batting to come. But just going back to that previous point about a lack of support, Balderson currently on 6. I mean, the next highest score, aside from Luke Wells, who's on 24, was Matty Hurst on 7. The other scores 0-0, 4 and 1. So yeah, it's been tough going.
It has indeed. Northampton bowled very well. It's the end of another over, and one that we suspect to be the end of Harry Conway's spell, which has been absolutely fantastic. He bowled very well without rewards at the start of that first innings with Ben Sanderson. This time he does get his reward. He finishes with those 4 wickets. Luke Proctor and Calvin Harrison in conversation at the moment. Will be Proctor eventually to continue from the David Capel end. Proctor and Harrison having a conversation with regards to field placements, I'm sure, for the next over. But they have bowled well. Squared Luke Wells up a touch. It was a heavy ball, Luke Wells. Big, strong shoulder. Really does hit the bat hard. Brings Balderson on strike. 2 slips and a gully. May well be 3 slips and a gully now. Safe Zabe has moved over to the cordon. So it's Vasconcelos, Harrison, Kimber, and then Zabe in that slip cordon with Lewis McManus. As Calvin Harrison continues to roll out those shoulders, ready for a long spell of leg spin. It's nicely timed through the offside, but straight at James Sales. Comfortable single for Lancashire and George Balderson, which brings up the 50 for the visitors as well.
Essentially 176 for 5 then. Just looking at the current lead here for the Red Rose, and well, they'll be hoping, I'd say bare minimum, at least 300. If not more, but they're going to need partnerships. It's almost that exact same conversation that we had, and it's funny, isn't it, the parallels you can draw, because Northampton at lunch yesterday were 51 for 5. Lancashire won't be 51 for 5, they'll be 54 for 5 as a result of that cracking drive through the covers, courtesy of Luke Wells, who moves on to 30. But it is the same conversation. It's all about having those crucial stands, as we saw between the likes of Bartlett and McSweeney. And then, of course, McManus. What a hand he played. Certainly dragged this game into contention for the home side.
He did indeed. And you can hear audibly, can't you, the difference with Northamptonshire from day 1 to day 3. There's a lot more conversation going on out there between those Northamptonshire fielders. Encouragement for the bowlers. It's pretty quiet at times on day 1. They really are getting behind Sanderson, Conway, and now Proctor. The back foot by Balderson.
Having had a look around the grounds as well, Dan, Hampshire have been bowled out for 156 runs at the Utilita Bowl. I imagine they'll be forced to follow on there against Essex. Deficit 305 after the visitors piled on 461 for 7. Good call there from George Balderson. We could hear it through the ambient mic. Turning down the second run, keeping the strike. So Lancashire now 56 for 5, leading by 182. Speaking of the concept of following on, Gloucestershire are doing exactly that at the home of cricket. They were bowled out for 216 by Middlesex at Lords, and well, they're currently 1 without loss after 3 overs, still trailing by 228. As for the other games, well, Warwickshire very well placed against Surrey. The Bears lead the Brown Caps by 149 runs. They still have 5 wickets in the shed. And Bo Webster, yet another overseas talent, has reached his 50.
Well, much to my surprise, Harry Conway continues. 10 overs this will be in this spell. Trying to wrestle this Dukes out of his hands. I'd imagine to have a vice-like grip on it at the moment. There is no way that without some serious encouragement from Luke Proctor and Nathan McSweeney that Harry Conway wants to end this spell. He's got Luke Wells in his sights. Still those 3 slips wait in case there's a mistake from Wells. Plays that nicely. It does pinch that single to George Bartlett. Luke Wells moves up to 32 now. of 60 deliveries, indicating to George Balderson that it is still swinging through the air for Harry Conway. Calvin Harrison's warm-up will just be postponed a little bit longer. Ben Sanderson, he's bowled 7 overs. I suppose that's another option for Luke Proctor. Could Ben Sanderson come back and replace Harry Conway if the ball is still swinging, and really try and roll the dice and turn the screw now at what, 58 for 5? What a beauty as an appeal as well from Conway. There was a little noise through the effects mic, but I think George Balderson may have just brushed the pad or brushed the turf with that. Conway asking the question. Wants that 5th, desperate for the 5th. Targeting that front pad once again. Just doesn't appear to have tired, does he? The pace doesn't seem to have dropped. The accuracy doesn't seem to have dropped. The skill that he's imparting on this cricket ball is maintaining at such a high level. He's that type of cricketer, isn't he? He wants to be out there. He wants to be in the middle of it. He wants to be leading. Again for Conway. I think the plan was for Harrison to come on because they bought the helmet out. Lewis McManus called for the helmet to be bought out, so he would have had aspirations to have been up to the stumps. Harrison was certainly going through that warm-up routine. Just no one had told Harry Conway that his spell had ended at that point.
Well, at the moment, you'd be a brave individual to tell him.
You would at 6'6" on any day. Just squash you into the ground. He wouldn't do that. He's a lovely bloke. Potentially missed out a single on that side to end the over. Dot ball to finish. 58 for 5 after 20. Conway still with those 4 wickets to his name. 10 overs, no maidens. 4 for 18. And still no round of applause and congregation to Harry Conway to signify that that spell has come to an end. But the helmet for McManus stays out, and Calvin Harrison begins warming up once again. So your guess is as good as mine on this one.
Well, he's striding confidently down towards the Briggs and Forrester is Harry Conway. Let's see if he's got one more left in the tank. What we do know for certain, though, will be Luke Proctor to resume here from the David Capel end.
Overstepping that time. No ball signalled by the umpire. Reload. Use the extra one, as they'd say on a Saturday afternoon on the village green. 2 slips and a gully in place for the Northampton skipper. Bowling to the immovable Luke Wells. 60-plus deliveries this time around in the innings. 32 runs to his name. Challenging those stumps and challenging that front pad of Luke Wells.
And I think throughout this game so far, Luke Wells has almost been the blueprint for success with regards to how to bat on this track. Just keeping it nice and tight. As we said beforehand, playing it nice and late with soft hands. He's not throwing the bat towards the ball. He's just got so much time as Balderson, again, very assertive. We can hear him even without the ambient mic.
Yeah, James Sales out on that cover point boundary is putting in a serious shift, isn't he, for his bowlers. he'll feel like he's left or let the bowling trio and quartet down after day one. He's certainly making amends with the effort that he's putting in there out in the field, saving the team a couple of runs. The speed at which he gets the ball and is able to release it. And Balderson erring on the side of caution at 61 for 5. Proctor again, top of off stump. And it does look like it will be Calvin Harrison to replace Harry Conway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I suppose if I keep saying it, I'll get it right eventually.
Manifest it.
Yeah.
Speak it into
But
fruition.
I don't want it. I want Harry Conway to keep going. But I think if his fuel gauge might be blinking at the moment, I think he might need a little bit of a top up. What with the price of it these days, you've got to be quite sparing with how you use it as well. Outrageous numbers at the fuel pumps around the UK. Solid by Balderson. Faced 19 plus 20 deliveries now, George Balderson. The most of anybody in this Lancashire lineup with the exception of Luke Wells. So Luke Wells maybe starting to feel a little bit more comfortable that he's got a mate out there. He's got someone that's prepared to dig in with him and play this tough cricket while the Northamptonshire bowlers are bowling quite so well. It's what he was desperate for from Hurst, Jones, Bell, Bahanan, Singh.
I think the other area to mention here, Dan, is the fielding. Of course, the quality of the bowling has been excellent from the likes of Conway, Sanderson. Really has been top-notch. So that one just watched down the leg side. End of the over. Lancashire still 61 for 5, leading by 187. But the home side today have backed up that new ball spell terrifically in the field. You mentioned there about James Sales. He's been a greyhound, hasn't he, in terms of the ground that he's covering. Then you've got the likes of Bartlett, McSweeney. We've seen an exceptional catch. I mean, we could be talking about that in September as being one of, if not the catch of the season here at the county ground. Kimber with the Venus flytrap hands. We saw Harrison, of course. He's been very, very good in the cordon. That's been the difference today. I don't think Northants particularly bowled badly on day one. I think they let themselves a little bit with the fielding. We tallied at least 5 drop chances, whereas today everything has stuck. Every opportunity, every chance has been taken with both hands, or in Kimber's case, for the Bahanan dismissal, his right hand. But this now, a fascinating passage of play as we see Calvin Harrison brought into the attack, and immediately the slip and the short leg brought into contention.
Yeah, what was Calvin Harrison's figures in that first one? He got the wicket, didn't he, of Luke Wells, 1 for 73. It was his only wicket in the innings. I just wanted to double check that that was the case. Bowled okay. Wasn't a huge amount of turn on offer, but crucially did pick up the wicket of Wells. I think more down to a bit of brain fade on behalf of Luke Wells more than anything else, but still got him. The leg spin, the change, it did work. Harrison is certainly a point of difference in this bowling attack. He's tall. Leg spin is a challenge. It's different. There are lots of varieties of which Calvin Harrison possesses, pretty much all of them. Northants will be hoping that this different look, as this ball just starts to get a little bit softer, maybe this pitch in the third innings does offer a bit of turn, and indication there that there is a bit of grip out there for Calvin Harrison. A few foot marks outside Luke Wells' off stump, but hardly patchwork at the moment. And a single taken to McSweeney, gets past safe save at short leg.
Yeah, that was also something that we picked up on in Lancashire's first innings, the quality of communication. These two straight away, I think Luke Wells has almost given the responsibility of that to George Balderson. It's a nice way for him to just settle into his innings and garner some confidence. As that one is edged and just goes beyond the dive of Vasconcelos. Should go all the way for 4 runs. Well, the wrist spinner almost doing the trick here for the hosts, and George Balderson breathes a mighty sigh of relief.
Hung it out there wider, didn't he? Inviting Balderson to play the shot. It was low to Vasconcelos. Got a thick enough edge on it to get it past. Kept it a little bit low, but well played. Single taken. Another one of those beautiful slip drives, wasn't it? Guided past Vasconcelos at first slip by George Balderson. End of the over, 67 for 5. 22 now have been bowled.
I'll tell you what, that was very, very close indeed. Well, let's see what Calvin Harrison can concoct over the course of this innings. It's great hearing him talk about leg spin as well. Unsurprisingly, I think 99% of leg spinners would say this, but he was massively inspired by the late, great Shane Warne, and it's wonderful to have seen his progression and development with the ball in hand. Once more, a smart single taken. He's got a big role to play today. I also think that Tom Hartley, up on that balcony for Lancashire, he'll be watching this intently, just seeing if there's that extra degree of grip and purchase and turn from the wicket itself. This could be an absolute corker that we have got in store for us for the opening game of the season.
That was close, wasn't it? Very, very close to Luke Wells's leg stump. Luke Wells is just looking around his thigh pads and batting pads and trying to figure out how it got to where it got to. It's played in off the thigh pad and then managed to roll backwards. Fortunately for the Lancashire opener, it did miss the timber, and he does continue on 34. It would have been a cruel way to have ended what's been a crucial and, well, quite frankly, brilliant innings from Luke Wells. Brilliant in a different way to what we saw on day one. It was more free flowing. There were 13 fours in the innings of 87. This time, just the 3 in this innings of 34 so far. He's had to work a lot harder. His teammates and his county have needed somebody to hang around out there. He's done that. Luke Wells.
Just having seen another score update, confirmation that Hampshire are following on out the Utility Bowl, and they lost a wicket after just 4 deliveries. Jamie Porter getting the wicket of Joe Weatherly.
Flicked through mid-wicket. He didn't time it at all. It's not reached the boundary. And there was a cry of catch. Luke Wells has dissected those 2 fielders on the leg side beautifully. Just checking the cricket bat before he resumes the innings. Not in full control against Luke Proctor. Does pick up 2 though. Takes the score up to 70. Driven, great stop at the covers. Brilliantly picked up. Doc Ball to finish the over, 70 for 5 after 23. Did also see that Durham have opened the gates to spectators. They have confirmed that that is open, and they are having an inspection later on this afternoon. I don't think the outlook of a prospect of play looks particularly good up there. I did see that Adam Hollyoak had pretty much said that there's no chance today. So whether there was an indication to do with the rainfall that they may have had, or the potential covers may have been dislodged with the The wind last night could have been it.
Yeah, they were.
It's definitely a bit of grip out there for Harrison. To those footholds, he's very, very much in the game, and Balderson and Wells are going to have to be on it here to come up against this. Squeeze between bat and pad.
There has also been a wicket at Lords. Cam Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, clean bowled for an 8-ball duck by Seb Morgan.
Slight drag down that time by the Northants leg spinner. Couple of deliveries left in this over. Nicely bowled, nice flight, nice pace. George Balderson on 15. Very much looking for Harrison and Proctor here to try and string some of these dot balls and maidens together, of which he can't do this time as Balderson does take the single. Off the penultimate ball off the over. Big sweep shot from Wells outside the line of off stump. Muted appeal end of the over. 1 run from it. 71 for 5 after 24. Lancashire now lead by 197 with 5 wickets remaining in this second innings. What else is going on then, Mr. Viles, around the county? What else have you got? What are the numbers?
Well, I'm very glad that you asked. So we'll start at Taunton, where Nottinghamshire have just been bowled out for 338. Funnily enough, the former Notts man, Jake Ball, getting that final wicket of Dylan Pennington, caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So Somerset have a slender 9-run lead heading into their second innings. As for the game between Surrey and Warwickshire at Edgbaston, the home side have just brought up the 500. Warwickshire lead that one by 172 runs.
You've got a change of bowling here from the David Capel end. It's Ben Sanderson replacing Luke Proctor. Ben Sanderson, as you would expect, on the money straight away.
Well, this is interesting. Yorkshire have just lost a 7th at Sophia Gardens. The White Rose 177 for 7 against Glamorgan. And Mason Crane, well, he is turning it corners so far. Did catch a clip of his dismissal of George Hill. Just a quintessential leg break, clipping the top of off. And now Dom Bess has just fallen to Tim van der Houten for 32.
Something about Johnny Bairstow's not batting, is he? I know
he's been taken out of the game.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Will Luxton has come in as an injury replacement player. So too has Noah Thane for Tom Wesley in the Hampshire-Essex game. So as a result of that, he's ruled out of next week as well. So Bairstow will be unavailable for round 2.
Lovely start here by Ben Sanderson. Not allowing a scoring option so far for George Balderson.
Keeping up with the theme of Division 1, let's head to Grace Road, where Sussex currently 317 for 7. And they lead Leicestershire by 433. Nice to see Tom Price scoring a half-century, currently unbeaten on 63 from 98 deliveries.
Did Jack Carson, what did he finish on? Is he still going? So I think he went in as night watchman, didn't he? I know he had 70 plus at the time I looked.
He is out, unfortunately, for 85.
Good performance by Sussex with the bat, though, putting themselves in a commanding position up the road. Sanderson continues. Those 3 slips still in place for Northamptonshire, hunting these wickets. I suppose now this lead for Lancashire getting up closer towards 200. The obvious answer here is going to be, well, as many as possible, Dan. But what's the minimum that you think they're going to... I mean, they got a number to bowl at the moment. And of course, they've got Sir James Anderson in the bowling ranks. 250, 300, more than that.
I still think they'll want at least 300, at least. Because we have seen this. It's almost been the pattern throughout the innings so far, providing that you can get away from that first 20 overs relatively unscathed. And let's face it, Northamptonshire didn't in their first innings. Lancs have been well and truly under the cosh here in their second. There haven't been too many demons in the surface. It's just been that extra degree of movement which has been the downfall of a number of the cricketers. Decent looking shot there from George Balderson as we see the end of the 25th. Lancashire 71 for 5 with Wells on 36 and Balderson on 16. So I still think there's runs out there. And what we've seen, again, from both teams at times, that the wickets have been almost self-made, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
We have seen a couple of beauties, I think, of Jimmy Anderson yesterday. 2 pearlers to Vasconcelos and James Sales, of course. We've seen Conway today. Well, some absolute snorters, but it's been one of those surfaces where it almost comes down to decision-making, doesn't it? We haven't seen too much in terms of assistance provided for either seamers or spin bowlers as of yet. Of course, that can change, though.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think, as you say, those 3 spells of Anderson, Sanderson yesterday morning, and then Conway today, there's just been enough, isn't there? The bowlers have put the ball in the right area, and there has been enough assistance, whether it's through the air, off the pitch. That's swept away by Wells behind square. May well be 4, and it is. Powerfully struck by Luke Wells. And a round of applause from those Lancashire fans that are in the ground today. They've been muted in this 3rd innings, as you will probably expect. Probably shell-shocked, I think, might be the better way to describe it, having lost those 5 wickets quite so quickly. Strong option for Luke Wells. Beat James Sales this time on the boundary edge. He moves to 40. Sweeping with the spin if Luke Wells continues to play that shot. So be a good option for the Lancashire opener. And he does sweep again. There's an appeal for a stumping. Tidy work by McManus. Luke Wells' back foot hadn't moved, mind you. Gone this time. Harrison gets the breakthrough. He hangs it out there. Wells can do nothing but edge it into the hands of a waiting Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. 6 down now, Lancashire. Less than 200 ahead. And the big, big wicket of Luke Wells, twice in the game, dismissed by Calvin Harrison.
Oh, that is a crucial wicket in this game. And yet again, the difference maker is Calvin Harrison. Good catch, wasn't it, by Vasconcelos? Well, the partnership is broken as well. That could have been very, very dangerous indeed for the home side. Is that just a little bit of an omen for there being something in the surface for these spin bowlers? Of course, Lancashire have got Wells himself with the leg spin, Tom Hartley with the left arm orthodox. This really now is turning into a nicely contested game of first-class cricket. Well bowled as well as Calvin Harrison. I've already mentioned it, but bowling with plenty of flight and drift, just enticing those shots. And Luke Wells' stay at the crease has come to a conclusion. Tom Hartley is then the next man in for the Red Rose. But I must say, Dan, Luke Wells up until that point, of course, with the dismissal. Batted very well indeed. He's played a lone hand, hasn't he, in this second innings so far.
Yeah, supported of late by George Balderson, but as you say, a standout innings amongst that Lancashire top order. New man in for the visitors is Tom Hartley. You just mentioned about his future role in the game with the ball in hand, but he's got a significant one here to play with bat in hand. Harrison's got a couple of deliveries left in this over. Field stays exactly the same for the new man. Vasconcelos in at first slip. That one pulled away. A bit of a drag down. Should be cut off by James Sales. Tom Hartley gets off the mark straight away with a couple into the leg side. Nicely flighted. Dot ball to finish. Successful over for Harrison. Picks up the big wicket of Luke Wells. Lancashire at the end of the over are 77 for 6. The lead now has surpassed 200. They lead by 202, 203 in fact. And the two in the middle, George Balderson and Tom Hartley.
Well, this now really is a fascinating passage of play until the tea interval, isn't it? Of course, today, an extended day's play as a result of yesterday's loss of overs in the evening session due to bad lights. It will be Sanderson to continue.
Yeah, overstepping that time. It was a big drive by George Balderson. Thick outside edge. Sanderson overstepping, and the ball races eventually down to the boundary rope.
Moves Balderson onto 20. Slip still. Prowl in the cordon.
Great comeback. If he needed a great comeback, he's just delivered one. Genuine play and miss by George Balderson. It's tough out there, really, really tough. See the massive benefit for Lancashire. They've got those runs on the board. They did the hard work in the first innings. They, of course, have the absolute swing bowling cheat code that is James Anderson, who will make that new ball in the fourth innings when the game gets there, I'm sure, an absolute nightmare to face for that Northamptonshire top order. Slip cordon strengthens. 1, 2, 3, and 5 with safe save added in there. Oh, and that's another fiddle added outside off stump by George Balderson on 20.
I tell you what, we really have seen some high quality bowling, haven't we? From Sanderson, James Anderson, of course, Tom Bailey, let's not forget him as well. Thought he had a superb time of it. Northamptonshire's first innings. And then, of course, in the morning session today, it was the Harry Conway show. It's a joy, isn't it, to see county cricket back, to witness these battles taking place as we speak. And who knows what's going to happen? That's the other beautiful thing about live sports, isn't it? What various narratives and stories will unfold and unfurl over the course of the day's play. That's why we love the great game so much.
Nicely played. Cover drive by Balderson. Picks up his second boundary in the over. Much more convincing that time. Moves to 24. As you say, who does know what happens next? You've got two very, very qualified cricketers in the middle for Lancashire at the moment. High score for Balderson in his career, 116. Tom Hartley, 130. Averages of 28. 23.5, respectfully. Northamptonshire are going to have to keep working hard. I mean, the maths is simple for them. Northamptonshire just need to wrap this innings up as quick as they possibly can. It's as simple as that. Oh, it's another beauty. It's the angle away from George Borderson, feeling like he has to play at it. He just drifts past that outside edge. Louis Kimber and Calvin Harrison in conversation in the slip cordon as to what that last delivery's just done and how they would have played it. Louis Kimber probably would have tried to have drop kicked it back over Sanderson's head for 6, wouldn't he? To the hip, but no run. Expensive over in the end, but a challenging one. 87 for 6.
And Calvin Harrison straight away. He's keen and raring to go, isn't he? Be buoyant and brimming with confidence after that previous wicket. The big one as well, Luke Wells. I've also got a substitute fielder on here for Northamptonshire. Liam Guthrie, I think, has come on for George Bartlett. It's over there towards the heavy sweep. Harrison just making one adjustment there. Previously had deep forward square leg, now changed him to a more standard deep square leg as Hartley looks to open up the arms. Nice delivery that from Calvin Harrison. As a spinner, you often speak about the pace of the game itself. I think Harrison has done it quite nicely so far. He's not looking to zip it too much. He's happy to just take some extra drift, some extra flight, give it a little bit of air. Allow the ball to do the talking. That one slightly down the leg side, allows for the single to be taken out towards deep mid-wicket. A real fascinating matchup, this. You see the Northants coaching staff going for a little bit of a wander as well. Balderson plays that one nicely out towards deep point. That'll be the end of the 28th over of this Lancashire second innings. The visitors 89 for 6, lead by 215. See Darren Lehman just going for a little bit of a stroll as well. Imagine he'll be very happy from what he's seen from his side here on day 3. Showed plenty of fight and character with the bat a little bit earlier. Now showing plenty of quality with the ball as that one is edged again. Just falls short of a diving Vasconcelos. But that is another top-notch delivery from the ever-reliable Ben Sanderson. Watching Balderson intently here. Just taking a few steps, taking a little bit of time just to regather his thoughts out there in the middle. Currently on 25. Oh, and has a little bit of offence. McManus goes up in appeal. Standing umpire completely unmoved. But that is another quality delivery. Very testing trio. First up here to George Balderson. And that's a much more authoritative shot from Balderson. Rocks onto the back foot, punches it away through the covers for 4. Great riposte that from the all-rounder. Just picked up the length of that delivery in an instant. Moves him on to 29, the score onto 93. Plays that one back to Sanderson. Big opportunity this for George Balderson. He's always viewed himself as a natural leader with both bat and ball. Former captain of the England under-19s as well as the North in the Bunbury Festival. Sanderson tests him with the bumper, dot ball to finish. Score still 93 for 6. Tends to be a player who, in my view, relishes opportunities like this. Now getting to that stage in his career, 25 years of age. Got a few seasons of professional cricket under his belt. He'll be hoping to really kick on in a batting sense after what was an outstanding time of it with the ball in 2025, as we've touched upon, was Lancashire's leading wicket taker. It's Harrison. Ball's here to Hartley, drives that one handsomely through the covers, and that will be, well, it won't be stopped. Louis Kimber has actually allowed it to go through. It's a valiant effort, just couldn't quite corral it back from the boundary rope. So that is first boundary of the innings here for Tom Hartley.
You just know, don't you, with the leg spin of Harrison, that you're never, ever far from being involved in the game. If you're going to be ultra critical with the spell of Harrison at Northamptonshire so far, you'd say it's the lack of maidens, as that one's flicked off the hip for a quick single. It was always challenging as a leg spinner to be able to bowl with that control. Not many have ever really been able to do it, but you almost know that you're going to get an opportunity to take at least a single off Calvin Harrison in each of the overs. But that will get better as confidence grows. Nicely bowled and a single taken once again. Nearly a repeat of the delivery that he served up to Luke Wells a couple of overs ago. But he's in the game and it's turning. And he's got 2 left-handers in the middle with that rough outside their off stump. It's over pitched and stroked out to Louis Kimber. The extra cover boundary and brings up the 100 for Lancashire as well. 100 for 6.
Yeah, some very valuable runs here from George Balderson. Someone giving plenty of flight. It's gone up. There's a bit of an appeal. I think that was a bump ball. Just jammed in the surface. Good take nonetheless, though, from Ricardo Vasconcelos. There's a little bit of a laugh and a joke there with his teammates. No further damage done then, as far as Lancashire are concerned. The Red Rose 100 for 6, lead by 226 runs. Have just got a little bit of a wicket update as well. Somerset's currently in their second innings on home soil in Taunton, 7 for 1 after 3 overs. Josh Thomas traps LBW by Dylan Pennington, who's having a very good game indeed. Took a 5 in the first innings and continuing exactly where he left off. As for that, there has also been a 6th wicket at the county ground in Derby. Brett D'Oliveira dismissed by Shoaib Bashir, who's got his first wicket as a Derbyshire cricketer. Sanderson prepares to bowl here to Tom Hartley. Could be a little bit of a mix-up here at the non-striker's end, and, well, the attempted throw eventually thumps into the pads of George Balderson. Sweeney was interested. First real sign of hesitation in the running between the wickets, and, well, again, Lancashire will be very relieved indeed. Slight shuffle in the field placement as well. Harry Conway is pulled up here to square leg. 3 slipped in the cordon, saves Zabin at gully. I like this angle from Ben Sanderson. Just needs one to keep its line and its shape. And all of the Northants coaching staff watching on very intently. Just below us here. As that one is played arrow straight. Good single taken by Tom Hartley. It's funny, isn't it, how superstitious we are in this sport. Seen them do many a lap today, haven't we?
Got to make sure you go the right way or the left way, depending on what you're after. Surely that's something that everybody prescribes to, don't they? Got to go right for runs and left for wickets. And there could have been another one. Bartlett, who's been good in the field through the course of the game, has put down what's a pretty regulation catch there. George Balderson just hits it straight at George Bartlett at short cover. He's put it down, much to the upset of Ben Sanderson, who's at the end of his mark, ready to go again. How important could that be as this game develops? Good stop to make up for it in the next ball, but that's a tough one.
Certainly is. I've already seen in this game those drop chances really punishing for both sides. Of course, we saw Michael Jones dropped on 4 and went on to score 71. Nathan McSweeney dropped very first ball in the slips by Harry Singh off the bowling of Jimmy Anderson. He went on to score 32. That'll be the end of the over. A tidy one from Sanderson. Goes for just 1 run. Could have been even more productive.
Almost feels, it sounds silly, doesn't it? More important with the position of this batting lineup as well. Tom Hartley and Tom Bailey rather than Tom Hartley and George Balderson in the middle. T will be somewhere around the corner in this elongated day. No one drops them on purpose. But they've been faultless up to that point. Northamptonshire, they've been very good. It's nicely bowled by Calvin Harrison. There's plenty there for him. Just needs to keep landing it in the right place enough times. Those foot marks will certainly offer something, as we saw a while ago. Good by McManus, sprinting out from behind the stumps to make sure that is a dot ball. So if Harrison can just join in with Sanderson and start dotting some of these overs up, start putting the pressure on these two Lancashire batters, maybe get them to try and do something that they don't particularly want to do. It's an interesting position, isn't it? Because you look at that gap outside or in the offside for Tom Hartley and Balderson, and you think, well, it's easy, isn't it? You just got to drop it in there. There's a big gap between Proctor and Conway. But actually, that's what Northants want you to try and do. They want you to just try and drop it in there with the waiting Vasconcelos at first slip. As I say that, they're going to just change it slightly. They're going to push Conway out, bring Kimber into cover. Maybe try and get that play just a bit squarer. Harrison on the money. End of the over, dot ball to finish. Tidy over from Calvin Harrison. 101 for 6 after 31, 32.
Oh, very tidy indeed. You spoke about wanting to see a few maidens piling up in succession. Harrison has done his part there with his first one of the innings. Just saw Louis Kimber rolling the shoulders there. Of course, he's known for bowling his right arm off ease, but don't think he'll be called upon just yet. But you never know. Two left hands at the crease. Can get just a little bit of bite and turn. For now, though, it will be the resumption of Ben Sanderson's spell. I'll tell you what, that offside is absolutely packed, isn't it?
It certainly is. Two catches in on the square, Bartlett and Conway. 3 slips and a gully. 1 fielder on the leg side, isn't there, with Luke Proctor, although they are just switching, aren't they? Change of personnel. Proctor's going to go to mid-off, or mid-on, in fact. Conway's going to go to mid-off, and McSweeney's going to go in at short cover with George Bartlett rather than Harry Conway. Still, I think it's Liam Guthrie out at deep point. James Sale's gone off for a bit of TLC. Bowled left alone.
Well, this field is a real sign, isn't it, of the skill that Sanderson possesses. To have an 8-1 field on the offside, if he goes even slightly too straight here, Balderson has the entirety of that side of the ground. Really is a variation from what we've seen previously, predominantly going for the 6-3 splits on the offside. Here he is again. Will that one beat Proctor? No, it won't. Great dive in there. Northamptonshire captain.
It's important, isn't it? The lead up to 227. Really Northamptonshire not to be greedy, but really does feel that they just need to wrap this up if they're going to stand a chance. If it gets over 250, yeah, there's plenty of time left in the game, but when you've got a new ball being used by James Anderson, is going to be a tough ask. That's a beautiful delivery from Ben Sanderson. But they can build that pressure. If the ball's not doing quite as much, it still looks like it's doing enough. They can build it if Sanderson and Harrison can start bowling well in tandem here. Try and force Balderson and Hartley to take a little bit of an extra risk if that scoreboard doesn't keep creeping up, because that's what it's done over the last 20 minutes. It has just crept up. Again, perfect by Ben Sanderson. Still 50 overs remaining in the day's play here on day 3 at the county ground. Our stream is powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and we do thank you for tuning in and joining us on this Easter Sunday. If you've had them, we hope you've enjoyed your roast dinners. We won't be having one, will we?
Unfortunately not, no.
Nicely bowled once again. A maiden for Sanderson. Just his second of the innings. Harrison with just one to his name, which came the over before. So a couple of maidens in a row for Northamptonshire. Just, can they string a third together and a fourth and really add a bit of stress to this Lancashire pair? It looks like Nathan McSweeney might have a trundle. So he's a more than handy operator with ball in hand, isn't he?
Certainly is.
Short, pulled away. They are going to take on McSweeney for a single. They will get through. Change of ends. So Hartley adds another one.
We have just seen an 8th wicket fall in South Wales. Logan van Beek dismissed by Ryan Hadley, Glamorgan's Australian overseas seamer. Sussex also 8 wickets down at Grace Road, leading by 454 runs in their second innings. Well, we'll have to take a second look on that one. It was a vociferous appeal, wasn't it, from all of the Northamptonshire fielders. Very nicely bowled there by Calvin Harrison.
It was a huge appeal, wasn't it? It really was. Maybe very, very close, at least, with the impact. Kept low, which is what got George Balderson into a spot of bother. Again, turning back into the pads this time. Balderson gets bat on it. It's, of course, going to have to turn a long way, isn't it, from those footholds that Calvin Harrison is aiming into. 102 for 6. Oh, he's got him this time. Top of off stump. An absolute beauty from the Northamptonshire leggy. 2 in the spell. It's Balderson, the Lancashire all-rounder, to go this time. 7 down now. The visiting team, 102 for 7. Balderson goes for 30. It was a big LBW appeal earlier on in the over. That one there, the absolute perfect leg spinning delivery.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful, that from Calvin Harrison. Just clips the stump and Balderson stay at the crease. has been brought to an end. He's batted well for that 30 from 67 deliveries, but this really has been a very, very good spell from Calvin Harrison. Just giving that one plenty of revs and zip through the air. Maybe even rush Balderson slightly for pace there after giving it plenty of flight. He wheels off rightly in celebration. Big wicket, the partnership brought to an end at 27. Lancashire now leading by 228. So it will be Tom Bailey coming in to bat here for Lancashire. Of course, he had a very, very useful contribution, didn't he, in that first innings. 39 was what he finished on, having been 4 runs overnight. And the interesting thing for me now is going to be, what is the intent of Tom Bailey? Because I've always viewed him as someone who, he does have a more aggressive game. We've seen that in the past couple of days. He's someone who does like to get bat on ball very early. Very clean striker of the cricket ball. But the danger here, if he does go early, leaves Tom Hartley with an awful lot of work to do alongside the likes of Ajit Singh Dale and Jimmy Anderson.
It's been a good day for Northamptonshire, a tough one for the visitors today, who have had the spoils over the course of day 1 and 2. Day 3 going in the favour of the home side. That lead 228. 3 second innings wickets remaining for Lancashire. Those two yet to bat, Ajit Singh Dale and James Anderson. Hartley and Bailey with a big job to do. Sanderson bowling very dry at the moment. Conway will be hoping for an opportunity, I think, to come back into the attack, to have a go at picking up a 5th wicket.
Oh, most definitely. Although, again, I think that if Bailey was the man at the striker's end, he'd actually quite like that. Bit of extra pace on it, of course. There is that battle of taking on a key strike bowler. We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, at the moment, it's Ben Sanderson asking the questions. That of Tom Hartley.
Sanderson here just giving the ball a little bit of a shine. He's got 3 catches in the cordon. Bowling here to Tom Hartley. I was just picking up on some of the chat there. The Northamptonshire fielders. I think Conway could potentially come into the mixer. Definitely be keen. Already has those 4 wickets. Just 1 away from what would be his 2nd one for Northamptonshire. So that one is short and pulled away beautifully by Tom Hartley. A thumping 4. It's one of those shots which you can just stand and watch back time and time again.
Yeah, some real aggression in that, wasn't there, from Hartley? Just sits in the surface. Sanderson electing to have a look and see what life there might be in the middle of the pitch. It turns out not a great deal. And returns to the top of off stump. Northamptonshire quickly round. They're desperate to keep this momentum going, aren't they?
They certainly are, and we spoke about the superstitions earlier. Darren Lehman going for a brisk jog to get into position for this next over.
Yeah, and it will be Tom Bailey on strike. Right-handed batter this time for Carvin Harrison to contest with. So less rough to play with. The ball will be turning away from Tom Bailey with that orthodox leg spinner. Still the short leg, still the first slip in place. She said it will be interesting, won't it, to see how Tom Bailey goes about this. I think the right thing to do would be to bat with Tom Hartley. I don't think he has to do anything just yet. Maybe he sees it differently, thinks there's an opportunity to have a bit of a counter punch here. Maybe try and wrestle back some of the momentum in the favour of Lancashire. But here he goes with his first ball against Carvin Harrison. Harrison starts with a drag down and allows Bailey to get off the mark straight away.
Yeah, I can see what Harrison is trying to do with that latest delivery, especially against the tail enders. Just trying to zip it in off the surface, hope that it stays a little bit low. Bring LBW and, of course, Bold into play. Here he is to the left-handed Hartley, and one slightly aerial for a split second. It's a very watchable matchup. As Hartley steps in to his defensive shots. Plenty of flight there, just turned around really. Out towards square leg by the left-hander. That'll put Bailey back onto strike. Lancashire leading by 234 runs here. On what is a glorious sunny day in Northampton. Breeze has definitely calmed down significantly compared to yesterday as well. As Bailey, oh, that could have been a potential chance for safe save. Couple of hands on head. Very well bowled from the leg spinner. Forces Bailey onto the back foot with that one. End of the over, 36 gone in the innings. Lancashire 108 for 7. And it appears as though we'll be getting a little bit of off-spin here from Nathan McSweeney, who we did see just getting a little bit loose, a little bit limber earlier on. Of course, he's been brought here to Northampton predominantly for his batting, but he is a more than useful spin bowling option. He's got 27 wickets. It's an average of 32.5 in first-class cricket.
I like it. It's going to be turning the other way, isn't it, in comparison to Carvin Harrison? So a nice matchup, nice combination. Slightly more defensive field with short leg being taken out. There is a catching cover though. Also, Louis Kimber just lurking on the leg side at mid-wicket.
Part of me likes this for two reasons, Dan. First one, of course, is the natural matchup against the left-hander, turning it away from Hartley. But the other one, it is almost setting the bait for Tom Bailey. He loves taking on spin. Hitting to what would be the slightly longer boundary down there. Of course, we get to see the field placement for the right-hander. But I don't mind this change at all.
Big wicket, McSweeney strikes. The change of bowling works. It was brilliant by Sanderson, but McSweeney takes over at the David Capel ends. The matchup has worked perfectly. Lancashire are 8 down, and it's Hartley this time departing for 16 It's 108 for 8. Northamptonshire are having a wonderful Easter Sunday here at the county ground.
Well, they really are. And Nathan McSweeney, talk about a golden arm, instant impact in a Northamptonshire shirt. His 4th delivery, donning the Tudor Rose, and he gets another key wicket here in the wider context of the game. Hartley goes, and now Northamptonshire are in to the Lancs tail.
Yeah, now becomes a different conversation about Tom Bailey, doesn't it? As he's joined in the middle by Ajit Singh Dale. And it does feel, it feels different, doesn't it, to the situation that Lewis McManus and Harry Conway found themselves in this morning. With that 234-run lead that they've got. I mean, a quick 16 to take it. I don't know. I guess the plan would be to get as many as you can, but with a turning pitch, Harrison in a nice groove, McSweeney with an instant impact. It's going to be really interesting to see how Tom Bailey in particular goes about playing this. As Ajit Singh Dale defends his first delivery into the offside. How are you seeing it? You can't read Tom Bailey's mind, obviously, but
no, it's a difficult one. I think initially he may just play the ball on its merits as Nathan McSweeney gets a rich round of applause. How about that for a start? In a Northamptonshire shirt, a wicket maiden with a right arm finger spin. Oh, the home side, you can just see they really are buoyant at the moment. At the same time, though, as we've said, Lancashire have got a very strong bowling attack. I think that Bailey and Anderson are going to be licking their lips when it comes to that first 10 to 15 overs with the new ball in hand. And then, of course, you've got Ajit Singh Dale, provides that X factor with his pace. Balderson, almost to be the pressure builder. And then, of course, you've got the spin bowlers. There you go for the time being. Bailey happy. Should be a little bit more defensive. No reason to tee off too recklessly at this stage. I think if the ball is there, though, especially on this leg side, he may look to just smoke it away out towards the shorter boundary. Sanderson again just bowling stump to stump here. But it has been a great comeback, this, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. But I think even 250 with a few early wickets could be a difficult chase. Bailey steers that one away towards square leg for 1.
I think it's certainly going to be a difficult chase. That Northamptonshire top order won't necessarily be low on confidence, but it didn't fire at all, did it, on day 2? And then, as you mentioned, the skill and the expertise that those Lancashire opening bowlers possess, plus then the support that they've got from the first and second change bowlers in Ajit Singh Dale and George Balderson. It's going to be a really, really hard ask. Brilliant by Harrison. Well left by Ajit Singh Dale. He has got a first-class 50. So his stats line averages just over 10. Defended into the offside to end the over. So Bailey will be on strike to start the next one. 109 for 8. We'll see whether your premonitions come true. Is McSweeney bowling for some bait for Bailey? Are Northants going to station some catchers in key fielding positions? You've got sweepers on the off and the leg side. One in particular down at deep mid-wicket. I think it's George Bartlett. down there. Sweeper out at deep cover. And a long on. That's beautifully stroked through the offside. Tumbling stop by Louis Kimber. So there are those two catches out there. One protecting the sweep as well. But yeah, happy just to let that go.
Yeah, I must say, I don't mind this field.
Just get away. Going to call for one. They will settle on it. There'll be a air on the side of caution, I guess, between Ajit Singh Dale and Tom Bailey. Wouldn't have batted together too many times. They'll be learning their body language, the calls, the pace of both of them between the wicket. You can't just go on the nod, can you? Like I'm sure Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells would be able to do with the time that they've spent in the middle with one another over the years. Ajit Singh Dale with full face of the bat. And it won't upset Northamptonshire either. They'll be quite happy bowling at the number 10.
I don't think Dale will mind this matchup either, just in terms of the right arm finger spin. Now there's the change in angle here from McSweeney. But he has worked on his footwork against spin.
You can see as well there is an attempt here, isn't there, to give Ajit Singh Dale the single so they can have a bowl of him from Calvin Harrison at the next over. They do take it. Good bit of bowling, good bit of captaincy, good tactics by Northamptonshire. They want to bowl at Singh Dale and they will get the opportunity to do so. It is 111 for 8 off 39 overs. 43 overs remain in the day's play. And Lancashire lead by 237.
Tell you what, it's making for some very absorbing watching right now, isn't it? Really has been a game which has tossed and turned, ebbed and flowed. There's a good rhythm to it. Really has been a nice way to kickstart the campaign. So it will be Ajit Singh Dale facing off here against Harrison. Plays that one confidently down towards George Bartlett at mid-off for no run. Can Harrison work his magic once more? Slightly flatter with that latest one. As Dale steps into that one, plays it back to the bowler. And again, giving that plenty of flight. Will be stopped by Bartlett. Slight change in the field here. 2 slips in. McSweeney joining Vasconcelos there. Dale will just turn that away towards square leg. Will remain a single. Well, I think from a psychological perspective here, for both sides, that figure of 250 could actually be quite big. That'll be a dot ball to finish. Pretty tidy over that from Calvin Harrison. Goes for just the 1 run. Lancashire now lead by 238. But for Northamptonshire, if let's say they can get these final 2 wickets for around about the 120 mark, get that lead in the 240s, does play a little bit into the psyche. Of course, conversely for Lancashire, can get to 250, Anything beyond that is a massive bonus at this point, and we'll have a change in bowling here from the David Capel end. A safe Sabe comes on to bowl. So remains finger spin, but instead of the right arm off breaks of McSweeney, with the left arm orthodox of safe Sabe. Here he is then, bowling to Dale. Fun fact about safe Sabe, he's just moved club side as well. He'll be playing for Attock.
Where's that?
So that is in Birmingham.
Got you, in the Birmingham Premier League.
Correct.
It will be interesting. Well, how much he'll play, I guess, is yet to be seen. It's a very, very busy start, isn't it, to the calendar with all of these 7 or 8 weeks worth of championship cricket. There is one weekend. I think all the counties get one weekend off. Is that correct? Quick single taken. Ajit Singh Dale takes on McSweeney. Panicked. Bit of panic. Tom Bailey throws his head back as he gets to the striker's end and breathes a sigh of relief that they were able to get through for that single.
That will be a dot ball to round out safe Sabe's first. Goes for 1 run. And that should be the tea interval. Indeed it will be. Wraps up what has been an excellent afternoon session for Northamptonshire. They continue to chip away and chip away at the Lancashire batting ranks. And the visitors find themselves on 113 for 8. Ajit Singh Dale and Tom Bailey, the two not-out men for the Red Rose, both on 3 runs apiece. And when we return after the interval for the evening session, Northants will be looking to get these final 2 wickets quickly. As for Lancashire, it should be a case of consolidating, getting to that magic marker of 250 and seeing how they can build upon it from there on out. So we'll take a short break here on commentary and we'll return in around about 20 minutes' time for the resumption of the action.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Well, apologies for the loss of sound there, folks. We had a little bit of a equipment malfunction on our end. It was a dodgy HDMI cable, so we have just replaced that, and fingers crossed it will be working as intended for the remainder of this evening session. Whilst we've just been sorting out those technical gremlins, Lancashire now 132 for 8. Ajit Singh Dale batting quite beautifully out here so far. He's moved on to 21. The lead now stands at 258 runs. It will be Calvin Harrison, the bowl here from the David Capel ends. Bowling that one down the leg side. Partnership now stands at 24 for the 9th wicket between Dale and Bailey. Dale here, playing a very useful hand indeed. Now looks to just exploit the gap through mid-wicket. Another single taken there by Dale.
The main protagonist in the partnership. We all thought it was going to be Tom Bailey that was going to come out and wield the willow. He's still on 4. Singh Dale, though, raced up to 22. Slider from Harrison to end the over. Well dug out by Bailey. 133 for 8 now. The lead, 259.
So here is Harry Conway looking for that 5th wicket. Dale just plays that out towards the mid-wicket region once more. Would be very impressive if Harry Conway could get to that 5-wicket haul. Currently has 7 in his career in the first-class format, and one of those, of course, was on his Northamptonshire debut. Quite the return, wouldn't it? What's his 5th appearance for the Tudor Rose? Can he get there? Well, he won't on that occasion. Another sharply ran single between the Lancashire pair. Each and every single one of these runs, extremely useful. Already seen a little bit earlier on today, Lewis McManus and this man, Harry Conway, putting on 60 runs for the final wicket, something which really galvanised Northamptonshire after a tricky period before lunch on day 2. Since then, though, they've really made a game. Slightly more width on offer there from the Australian. We have just got a slight score update as well from Sophia Gardens, where Yorkshire have been bowled out for 226. Morgan currently underway in their 2nd innings, leading by 84 give you those scores on the doors in a few overs' time. Not too many wickets have fallen as of yet. Dale plays that very proficiently out towards deep square leg. Another single taken, much to the delight of his teammates up there on the balcony of the heavy suites. Certainly made an instant impression. As the speedster, thought he bowled very well. Of course, topped off by his first wicket for the Red Rose, courtesy of a toe-crunching Yorker, which thundered into Ben Sanderson. Here he is producing the goods with the bat as well. That one just tailing away really from Harry Conway. And leg bye has been given. Another fine single there from Ajit Singh Dale. End of the over, 5 from it for the visitors. Lancashire now 138 for 8 after 46 overs. And what has been a closely fought battle so far. It looks as though there'll be a change of bowling here from the David Capel end. Safe save, left arm orthodox, ready to come back into the game. Placing Calvin Harrison. Could potentially be setting up for spin from both ends here. Harrison with figures of 2 for 31 so far. Got the huge wickets of Luke Wells. Let's see what Safe Save can manufacture here.
It might just be a change of ends for Harrison, looking at the intensity he's going through there at mid-wicket, still rolling those shoulders over. I suspect Conway might have at least 1, if not 2 more. Ball is now 46 overs old. And Zabe's skiddy. He's got a knack, hasn't he? He's got a bit of a golden arm. He just slide one under the defences of Ajit Singh Dale or Tom Bailey.
Crazy to think, isn't it, how long Safe Save has actually been around here at Northamptonshire. Joined the club in 2014. Still only 27 years old. Previously played for Buckinghamshire National Counties. Also made his debut in a friendly against the Durham MCCU when he was just 15, with a senior debut coming against New Zealand A when he was 16. Really has been a long-time servant of this club. That is the end of the over. Lancashire remain 138 for 8. Zabe second is a maiden. And he called it down. Change of ends here then for Calvin Harrison.
Certainly looked more comfortable, didn't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre ends? with those rough patches outside of what were the two left-handers off stumps. Whether he bowls on that angle here, now Tom Bailey's on strike. Obviously, then we'll turn the ball across the right-hander. We shall see what tactic he and Luke Proctor put together here.
Well, there's been a wicket at Grace Road. Leicestershire 12 for 1. Rishi Patel run out by Jack Carson for 9. Still require 469 for the victory in this season opener. Harrison gives the ball a little bit of a twirl.
It's a real tempter, isn't it? Really flighted that up above the eye line of Tom Bailey.
Nicely played off the back foot for no run. We haven't really spoken about Harrison's journey into cricket, of course, but he himself played for one of the MCCU teams. That one being Oxford back in 2019, made 2 first-class appearances for them in that summer. And he was signed by Hampshire from the following season onwards. And made the move to Nottinghamshire round about midway through 2021. Was predominantly a white ball spinner at that stage, though. Didn't make his first-class debut for not since, I should say, until 2023. That came in a championship game against Essex. And then, of course, we saw last season, initial loan spell here to Northamptonshire. Really excelled and, unsurprisingly, had that loan extended to a permanent deal. It's a very interesting technique as well. Something which he's spoken about at length in interviews before, as we see the end of the over. Another maiden here. Lancashire 138 for 8, leading by 264. But you can see with the leg break, really imparts a lot of his rotation from the middle finger. Possesses a real split grip with that particular delivery. Definitely his go-to stock ball. On which he takes great pride in, along with the googly and the slider. It's a trial by spin, a safe save. Just makes an adjustment. Decides to give that one a little bit more flight, still going on with the angle of the arm. Looking to impart a little bit more drift compared to turn and spin. That's the kind of area Zabe's looking for. Yet again, some more flight here. Trying to tempt the full shots from Ajit Singh Dale. He's not biting. That'll be a dot ball to finish The maidens continue to tally up here. Of course, the important thing here for Lancashire, these two players still out there in the middle.
Yeah, it's turning to be a very, very good partnership for Lancashire. The lead up to 264. Singh Dale on debut, 25 not out, and Bailey, as we said a moment ago, quite happy at the minute just to play second fiddle. It's the 49 over old ball. Harrison, the leg spinner, to continue. They obviously saw it different. They felt that there wasn't much assistance in there for Harry Conway. It was only a couple of overs. Felt that Ben Sanderson wasn't the answer this time around. Can they tempt one of these two into a big shot that we've not seen so far in the innings? And yet, the two of them have got an answer for everything.
Well, they have, and it's been very reserved, this, from Tom Bailey. At the same time, very sensible as well. Hasn't given him to temptation as of yet. There's a little bit of an appeal there. Bailey just has a second practice of the shot. Just see the game of cat and mouse. It's why we really enjoy watching the battle against the spinners. Someone rises up on Bailey. And yet another allotment of 6 dot balls. Back-to-back maiden overs there for Calvin Harrison. Interesting to see some conversations being had between McManus and Proctor as well.
Yeah, McManus, the vice-captain from the last couple of years, so I'm sure we'll still be involved and engaged with conversations. Plus, as well, as a wicket-keeper, you're going to get a different look on things, aren't you, at different points during the course of the game.
George Bartlett keeping on his toes there. He's the man currently under the lid. It's Dale again. He's picking up the length of these deliveries nice. He's playing it down the correct line and, more importantly, not going too aerial. There again, just smothering the cricket ball on that occasion. That one a lot zippier from Safe Sabe. Yet again, it's another maiden over. Both Dale and Bailey not blinking as of yet. And In a way, it's a little bit similar to what we saw in that last wicket stand between McManus and Conway. Times definitely frustrated the Lancashire bowling attack, but this is the beauty of first-class cricket. You have got time to dig in. There's still plenty of overs remaining today. We've got 31 as a result of the extension from yesterday. Can Calvin Harrison be the man to provide the breakthrough? He won't on that occasion.
It was a real shame, wasn't it, to have yesterday's play brought about early. The game was finally kind of poised at that point with the end of Northamptonshire's innings in sight. Quick single taken. They're going to take on Louis Kimber and get through. Tidied up by Lewis McManus, but a bit of a scruffy throw from the ex-Leicestershire man. And it was, wasn't it? It was probably allowed Northamptonshire to settle down a little bit when they had that 6 or 7 over spell with Tom Hartley and Luke Wells bowling in tandem. They did eventually then decide that it was too dark, in fact, for the spin bowling as well. Oh, it's a beauty. Beats the stride forward of Ajit Singh Dale. Because at that time as well, Ajit Singh Dale was bowling rockets, wasn't he? Bowling very, very quickly. Had just picked up the wicket of Ben Sanderson. Another dot ball for Harrison. No crowd catch that time. Partnership will just be starting to frustrate Northamptonshire. Kind of all been their own way so far in this innings, but this one between Bailey and Singh Dale, what's it worth now? 31 of 89 deliveries. It's probably the 89 deliveries that's causing the frustration. It's the time that's not being taken out of the game, but the speed at which those 8 wickets fell in before this. I think it's important here for Northants to stay up, to stay engaged, stay positive in the field. It would be great to hear a little bit more of them through the effects mic. Safe save continues from the David Capel end.
Well, I completely agree on that. It does seem to have flattened a little bit in terms of the encouragement. I mean, naturally, it's to be expected. After that early salvo from Harry Conway, you could see the energy was very, very high in the field. Got to maintain those concentration levels, though. Even as that excitement has plateaued a bit. Northamptonshire still very, very much in this game.
Be interested to know, and you'd never know the answer, but what both teams would kind of take at this stage. If you were to offer them an opportunity to kind of say what they wanted, I'd be curious to know as to one, what Northamptonshire felt they could chase down. Time isn't going to be a problem, but the Lancashire seam bowlers will be. And then from the Lancashire perspective, in the same vein, but almost flipped around the other way, is how many do they feel that they would need as a minimum? Or how many would they feel that they would want from this stage, in particular at 140 for 8, to give them the confidence to go out there and get a victory here at County Ground in Northampton?
I think definitely for Northamptonshire, anything less than 300. I think 300 plus just from the mental side of things would be very, very disappointing given the situation that Lancashire found themselves in a little bit earlier. As for Lancashire themselves, well, if they can reach that, given the quality of the bowlers, two of whom we're seeing with the bat in hand here, I think there'd be a little bit more confidence with a tally around about that mark, but we'll have to wait and see. Things can change very, very quickly in this game. A little bit like that. Beautiful delivery from Calvin Harrison. Generating some terrific turn. Definitely keep him interested. As Bailey plays that next one very adeptly. I know we've predominantly focused on Lancashire's seam bowlers, and rightfully so. Anderson, Bailey, Dale, Balderson. Tom Hartley will have a pronounced role to play. Shouts of catch it. Vasconcelos will go off in pursuit of that. Should be 2 runs, and indeed it will be. Definitely has begun to just offer a little bit more assistance to the slower bowlers. We've seen that from Harrison predominantly, but McSweeney also got a little hint of purchase from the David Capel end. Change in field here. Man goes to short leg.
Certainly asking the questions, aren't they? The two Northant spinners. It's kind of similar, isn't it, to what we spoke about yesterday and the period of play before that second new ball was taken. Those tail end batters, those lower order batters felt and looked pretty comfortable against the spin of Wells and Hartley, and they have done so far against Harrison and Zabe. Be curious to know the thought process to just a couple of overs from Conway. Could you go a burst from, say, Proctor? Maybe even a burst from James Sales as the quickest of the Northant seamers available to Luke Proctor today. Just to try and kind of have a different look and upset a bit of momentum, but it's Zabe to Bailey. Bowling pretty flat at the minute, trying to target those pads. That breeze seems to have picked up a touch, doesn't it, as it's coming across the ground now, and maybe that's something that Zabe can use to drift the ball in to Tom Bailey, and that's a beautiful cricket shot through the offside. It's going to be 4 down towards the supporters club. Moves to double digits. It feels like he's been out there for an age. He's on 12 now. The score up to 147 for 8. At the minute, it all looks pretty comfortable, doesn't it?
It does, but then again, this is first-class cricket. You've got ebbs and flows, peaks and troughs. You've got moments where everything happens and moments where it just plateaus. But that's why concentration levels are going to be vital here for Northamptonshire, because we've seen a slightly slower passage here. Seen some good shots from the likes of Dale and Bailey, but opportunities can still arrive. And they have been a lot better in the field. I think that's been the real telltale sign. You can see the energy in terms of the ground fielding. Of course, the catches. Vast majority have been taken, as there's a little hint of indecision there. Dale sent back to the non-strikers then by Bailey. So that will be the end of the 55th over of the innings. Lancashire 147 for 8. Lead now by 273. And the partnership now stands at 39. Doesn't feel like long ago that we were seeing it at around about 6 or 8 runs in its infancy. These two have done a stellar job at just steadying the ship for what was an incredibly difficult start. Slight tinkering there of Ben Sanderson's position. He was originally a deep square leg. I think he's now going back to deep backward. Indeed he will. It's a 5-4 spread in favour of the offside for now. Dale steps into that one. Should be a chance at the stumps here from Luke Proctor. Wayward with the effort in the end. Ajit Singh Dale, he's very quick between the wickets. Proctor there slightly frustrated with the eventual effort. That one very wide, and it's just been punished, really. There'll be a chase on here for the fielder through the covers. It won't be stopped. And that from Tom Bailey. Authoritative with a capital A. Moves him on to 16. The score now 152 for 8. It's Lancashire's lead almost touching 280.
And that's got there pretty quickly after tea, hasn't it, as well? Two of these batting really well together. So against the right-handers, Harrison just not having the same impact as he did against the lefties, as you would expect. Slides that one through a touch quicker.
Well, it's funny that I said a few overs ago we'd have the scores on the doors update because there hadn't been too many wickets, and suddenly a flurry have fallen. It's Harrison again, forcing Bailey into the defence. End of the over, 56 gone. Lancashire 152 for 8, leading by 278 runs. So we'll start on the south coast, as we have done all day long. Hampshire following on against Essex, and the Rose and Crown are 108 for 3. Wicket shared between Jamie Porter, Simon Harmer and Sam Cook have left Hampshire in a real pickle there on home soil. As for the game in Taunton between Somerset and defending champions Nottinghamshire, Notts bowled out for 338. Somerset in their second innings, 92 for 1, leading by 101 runs in that fixture. As for the game at Edgbaston, well, Surrey were wicketless in their second innings. They have just lost their first. Dom Sibley trapped LBW by Bears newcomer Jordan Thompson for 27 from 46. As for the other games taking place in Division 1, Glamorgan 21 without loss at Sapphire Gardens against Yorkshire. Leicestershire 32 for 1 in the fourth and final innings of the game at Grace Road. Dale just turned that around the corner. Partnership now moves on to 45 between these two for the 9th wickets. Would take some effort, though, for the Foxes. Chasing over 480 for the victory. Day 4 still to come. As for the second division, it's all happening at the county ground in Derby. Worcestershire bowled out for 312 in response to Derbyshire's 625 for 8. Imagine they'll be forced to follow on. Bailey leaves that one online on that occasion. As for the game taking place in the nation's capital, Gloucestershire 80 for 2, having been forced to follow on against Middlesex. Was that one really sneaking low outside the off stump? Again, a very recent wicket there. Joe Phillips, clean bowled by Seb Morgan. As for the final game of round one, stumps has been called in the northeast. No play possible on day 3 in the game between Durham and Kent as a result to ground damage from Storm Dave. Into the over here at the county ground, of course. As you can see, Lancashire 153 for 8. Leading now by 279.
It's going to be spin to continue as well. Harrison takes the jumper off. Still those catches in and around the bat. You've got a silly, well, almost silly cover really in George Bartlett with Vasconcelos at first slip. As yet, Ajit Singh Dale and Tom Bailey have got an answer to everything that Calvin Harrison and Saif Saib have offered in terms of a conversation. It's 2 for 40 for Calvin Harrison in this innings, 3 in the match. 2 of those wickets, both Luke Wells in both innings. This partnership is really providing some rearguard action for the visitors. You can just sense, can't you, the frustration with Northamptonshire right now. That's beautifully bowled, an appeal for stumping. Singhdale's back foot not moved. Tidy work by McManus. And the first time in what feels like a long time that Harrison's actually beaten the bat of Singh Dale. I wonder if there's an opportunity, Aaron, to have a look at a different angle. So once again targeting leg stump, but those footholes which would be outside the leg stump of Ajit Singh Dale, which of course he could just kick away. He would be entitled to do so, but could you try and exploit those and turn the ball across the right-handed batter? Oh my goodness me. Well, laughs and I'm certain apologies all round. That has well, that was a significant no ball, and Calvin Harrison will be warned for that. Good flight on it though, wasn't it?
Well, that's one way of looking at it. It's just one of those where it just slips out of the hands, really. Completely unintentional. You can see there immediately the bowler just offering an immediate apology.
I think everybody can see the funny side in it, which is good. On the money. But yeah, could you, as Calvin Harrison, look at those rough patches outside the leg stump, maybe bring in a leg slip, a short leg, and see if Ajit Singh Dale wants to play against the spin. Well, as I say, he could just kick it away. But the ball will be turning back towards the stumps. And across the right-hander. Safe save will continue from the David Capel end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7 safe saves. So he's been very, very economical. At 155 for 8 after 57 overs. Toiling away, partnership worth 57. At the moment, there's an answer for everything that Northants have got. Bold, solid in defence once again. 281-run lead now for Lancashire. There is a bit of cat and mouse involved in this as well, isn't there? It's a 281-run lead. Yes, Northamptonshire would very much like to bowl Lancashire out. Lancashire, as you alluded to in the earlier session, because that's almost a Yorker by Save Say, could be thinking about a moment in time where they would like to have a bowl at Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire on the other side of it, if it comes down to a potential run chase, the drier they can bowl here, the longer they can force Lancashire to bat to the number that they may want, whether that be this evening or tomorrow, will then essentially, well, it will give them less opportunity to attempt to chase it down. But if it comes down to it, it will give them less time to then bat against the likes of James Anderson and Tom Bailey. So there's a few scenarios at play here, isn't there? But first and foremost, Northamptonshire will be hoping and trying to bowl Lancashire out as quick as possible. With the time left in the game, have a really good go at getting near that number, which is getting close to 300 now. It's going to be 1. Liam Guthrie out on the field. He's out there for James Sales, isn't he? Just looking around and checking the silhouettes of the Northamptonshire cricketers. He went off the field a moment ago. Rafi Weatherall on the grass as well. Oh, it's down the leg side. An appeal from McManus. It's going to be a long chase for Vasconcelos, and the ball's going to win. Going to be leg bys, 4 of them. Take the score up to 160. And also, I think that's a 50 partnership between Tom Bailey and Ajit Singh Dale. So well batted to the pair of these Lancashire cricketers. And a bit of a louder ripple of applause this time from the Lancashire supporters that have travelled down. I suspect the traffic was quiet Easter Sunday morning. Maybe they're weekending in Northamptonshire. In Northampton, in fact. Down the leg side. Tidy take by McManus to end the over. 60 overs have been bowled in this third innings. The score is 161 for 8, and the lead Lancashire sits ominously from a Northants perspective at 287. There's a little bit of head scratching going on, isn't there, for Northamptonshire at the moment? It's conversation between McManus and Zabe, Proctor and McSweeney. Kimber and Sanderson. There's a lot of leaders out there, a lot of experienced cricketers that will be coming up with ideas and options. Oh, it's quick, isn't it? Trying to slide it under the bat of Bailey. It's an interesting game to watch from afar, isn't it? Because you come up with so many options as to what could be done, or if you're feeling particularly convinced by your thought process, what should be done. We mentioned about the seam bowlers. Could that be an option against the Lancashire 9 and 10? We've obviously got McSweeney out there, who bowled some very handy off breaks for a couple of overs and picked up the 1 wicket. He would be turning the ball away from these right-handers as an alternative. George Bartlett had a trundle a couple of times last year as an off spinner. Louis Kimber could offer an option. As yet, Northants not able to find a breakthrough since tea. 61 overs, 161 for 8.
Well, it is a very prolonged period of spin bowling this. The previous over of seam that we previously saw was the 46th, bowled by Harry Conway. So potentially, wouldn't mind seeing just an over or two. Whether that is Conway or indeed Luke Proctor. It's in this kind of situation, isn't it, Dan, where you'd absolutely love a Justin Broad. Just to give you that level of discipline and control.
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he, with a slight back issue at the moment. Hopefully it won't be too long until we see him out on the field. That left arm angle of Liam Guthrie as well. Not selected in the playing 11 this week. Rafi Weatherall himself, the youngster, had a really, really good start to his professional career, but been held back a touch through injuries and those important university exams at times as well. But at 61 overs, you kind of assume that this ball won't offer much for assistance with Sanderson and Conway.
Even so, it's just a change of pace, quite literally. You can see here that both Dale and Bailey very comfortable. They've settled into a real rhythm and tempo against the spin. Yes, we've seen the odd one creep a little bit low, but because of their setup, they're not overcommitting.
Yeah, and I think with Harrison as well, they know that they're going to be able to just continually tick the scoreboard along. Saif Zabe has bowled 5 maidens in the 9 that he's bowled. Harrison in the 20, or in the 19 before this one, had bowled 3. You always know that you're going to get an opportunity just to have a look over to the either 3 or any of the 3 scoreboards here at the county ground and see that the numbers ticked up a fraction from where it was when you last left it. Was a maiden that time from Harrison, so that was his 4th in his day's work. But that feels like a good opportunity to build some pressure, doesn't it? If they can start stringing some of these together. Oh, nicely flighted by Saif Zabe. It's a very, very disciplined performance by this pair. It almost feels a bit like deja vu cricket, doesn't it, watching this matchup between Saif Zabe and Tom Bailey. Bit of width on offer, trying to tempt the Lancashire number 9, but no nibble whatsoever. He's on 17. Faced over 70 deliveries now. Proving that he isn't just the dasher, is he? He can and does and is prepared to dig in. Just the 2 boundaries that he's hit. And there we were when he walked out, wondering whether he was going to be taking the long handle out. Really trying to accelerate the scoring rate, but being very watchful as they steal a single. Calvin Harrison tumbling away in the leg side. Just wonder whether his studs might have got stuck in the grass there. I think if that hadn't happened, there could have been some excitement. As it is, they complete the single. 1 run taken. Bailey moves to 18. Score moves to 162 for 8, and the lead is 288 now.
Well, for the time being, it will be a continuation of spin. As bowler and fielder continue to have a little bit of a conversation. That's Harrison speaking to George Bartlett. Still hear a few murmurs of encouragement, but it's not to the same extent that we heard when Lancashire 108 for 8. Tom Hartley, he was the last wicket, dismissed for 16. Since then, these two have really taken the sting out of the tail of the Northants bowlers. From the pair of them, this has been ever so impressive. Bailey with regards to the control and restraint that he's shown, and for Ajit Singh Dale, a measure of calmness, composure. Some beautiful shots in there as well. It's precisely the kind of partnership which Lancashire needed just to swing that pendulum back. Well, half shout there from Calvin Harrison. It's very full, targeting those stumps. I've also just seen another wicket fall at Grace Road. Leicestershire now 2 down. Ian Holland, the man dismissed. As Harrison continues to break through the staunch and resolute defence of Tom Bailey.
So far, Tom Bailey's got an answer to absolutely everything. It's a masterclass, isn't it, of dig-in batting. Something that a few, I think, feared was lost on the modern game.
Very deftly played. Slight bit of a tangle there between Harrison and Dale, but single will be taken. Just spoke there about the game at Grace Road. Quite literally, as we were speaking, a 3rd wicket has now fallen. At the start of the 15th over, Henry Crocombe has induced the edge of Jake Weatherall's bat, caught behind by John Simpson.
Googly that time to end the over. From Harrison, 63, 64 overs now complete, 164 for 8. Getting towards 5:30 here on Easter Sunday as the spin twins of Safe Zabe and Calvin Harrison toil away in the middle for Northamptonshire. Desperate for an answer, desperate to break this partnership that's now worth 54. I did also see some of the pictures from Durham. I don't know whether you've seen those or not, but one of the covers ended up in the stands.
Yes, yep.
I assume one of the camera scaffolding units was blown over. Those covers, well, one of which ended up in the stands, was then clearly removed from the wicket, which then allowed whatever rain that they got up in Durham onto the cut strip as well. Everybody's obviously been working incredibly hard up at Chester Street to firstly get the ground safe, which is the most important bit for everybody. And then also as well to try and allow some cricket to be there tomorrow. I think it's been called Stumps for the Day, hasn't it?
Correct, yeah.
Durham in a good position against Kent, will be keen to get back out there, start their 2026 campaign in Division 2 off to a good one. It's well run. There's another couple of runs taken. That'd be one of those things to go down in the storybooks, won't it? The archives that Storm Dave disrupted the day's play at Chester Street. It'll go down as legend, similar to the snow day. Where was that? Was that Chesterfield? Derby, at least, wasn't it? I believe one of the games was delayed because of snow on the ground.
There's been plenty. There was one at Headingley a few years back as well. Fog and mist.
The sun.
Yes, that's a very good point. That was in Canterbury, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Derby have had problems with that as well. Remember, it was the blast nights, wasn't it? A lot of it when I can't remember which one of the grounds it was, but they almost kind of tried to erect a sheet to block the sun off the ground. But Storm Dave could be the first and could be the last time that Storm Dave ever affects a first-class game of cricket. Dragged down. Ajit Singh Dale quick enough onto it. Plays that gently into the offside. A single to end the over. 65 now complete. 168 for 8. The lead creeping up towards 300 for Lancashire. Do you think they might want to have a bowl tonight? How many overs have we got left in the... So we've got 17 overs remaining in the day, which would be 15, of course, if there was a change of innings at any point. Now I've said it out loud, I'm less convinced of my question.
It's one of those, if the conditions were vastly different, if you would have asked me the same question with the conditions from yesterday,
yeah,
absolutely. Floodlights taking a little bit of an effect, of course, really dark, gloomy, grey skies overhead. But today has just been absolutely divine, hasn't it? It's been sun-kissed here in Northampton. Still cold. Don't let the visuals take that away. It is still very bitter at times out there, but it's been pleasant compared to the last two. It has made for an absorbing day of cricket. I think it's been a day of cricket which, for both sides, that pendulum really has swung quite violently at times. Sanderson bowling here to Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, swinging considerably back in the favour of the visitors at the moment. It's also been a day for almost rearguard action as well, isn't it? The partnership between McManus and Conway to start the day, which was worth over 60, wasn't it, in the end, I think, that partnership? Certainly over 50 from memory.
It was exactly 60.
This one now, worth 60 as well. Not quite the number 11 out in the middle, but still Resolute. 60 runs off 170 plus deliveries for Bailey and Singh Dale. So those of you that might have been worried that this style of batting was disappearing out of Red Bull cricket, fear not. Tom Bailey, 19 off 82 deliveries. Side edge that time, but straight down into the ground. Well picked up by George Bartlett. End of the over. 66 now have been bowled. The score is 168 for 8. A lead of 294. Still a few supporters in and around the ground. I'm sure there's plenty of us down below us. It must be a sun trap. down at the bottom of this Lynn Wilson Centre end, because it's always the place that's most congregated, isn't it? You look out the window, you got the Spencer Lounge over the other side of the ground that's mostly covered in shade. Up above the Curo Wealth Lounge, that's pretty covered as well. NME stand by the Supporters Club, not getting any sunlight on there, as well as the old football stand. It's got to be the Sun Trap, isn't it? It's got to be. They're down there wearing shorts and T-shirts. SPF 30 being plastered on. Ice creams.
It is funny you say that with the old football stand. That's where I used to watch Championship cricket here. And obviously when it was sunny, it was lovely because you've just got that residual heat. I still remember coming here, must have been late April, for just a couple of days of cricket. It was bitterly cold underneath there. A nice view, though. I always thought that. I really quite enjoyed it. I know for a lot of people, they like to be behind the bowler's arm, but just thought it was quite a nice panoramic, really, that you get from that angle.
What's so lovely about county cricket for the majority is the fact that you can potter about, for want of a better word. You can have a look from different angles, can't you? Point to what you've got here beneath us in the commentary box, and you've got that side.
So here's Harrison to continue. That one really testing Bailey.
Yeah, he just got caught in two minds there, didn't he, Bailey? He's been very, very positive coming forwards. For the first time in the innings, it just looked like there was a bit of indecision on that one, whether he should have gone back or forward. Kind of went nowhere, but got the bat down on it and kept it out. And they're going to just pinch the single at the end of the over. Well run between the two of them. 169 for 8.
There has been a 4th wicket at Grace Road. Lewis Hill gone for a golden duck. Dismissed by Henry Crocombe. Having quite the opening burst there. 2 for 12 from his first 3 overs. Leicestershire 58 for 4. Still require 423 for the victory. As for the game in South Wales, Glamorgan 42 for 1. Acer Tribe trapped LBW by Dom Best for 19. Gloucestershire have lost a third wicket at Lords. Ben Charlesworth bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. Surrey still 1 down. Somerset also 1 down. Hampshire, well, they have just lost the fourth as well. 121 for 4. Still trail by 184 runs. Ben Brown has been clean bowled by Simon Harmer. Second wicket of the piece for the South African. So a little bit more company around the bats here for Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, we are going to get that look, Aaron, that we discussed, well, what, 20, 30 minutes ago now. Harrison's going to come around the wicket. Leg slip in place. First slip in Vasconcelos. Bartlett under the lid. Of course, Singh Dale and Tom Bailey can just kick this away if they see fit. But that is where the rough is. That is where the rough is. And immediately creates a bit of theatre and cinema. End of the over. 169 for 8 after 68.
I do wonder if we might see that for a little bit longer than just the solo delivery. Just as you said, provides a little bit of a different angle. Of course, you're not really bringing LBW into place unless it's very, very full and angled into the stumps, but all it takes, a little nick off the shoulder, little tap of the glove. It's worth a try, isn't it, just to add in a flavour of variety. I know these two have done a phenomenal job.
You can see, can't you, Tom Bailey there in conversation with Ajit Singh Dale, kind of saying, well, if you're going to do that, this is how you're going to try and kick this away. You've got to make sure you really open that front pad up. They've batted really well together. And I mean this respectfully. Singh Dale is carded at number 10 for a reason. And if you have got a leg spinner bowling there into the rough that's turning across the number 10, who may premeditate the pad away or may get a little bit of indecision there with the fielders around the bat, I like it as an option, as safe save. Continues, as does Tom Bailey, just defending the ball back down the grounds. Lancashire leads Northamptonshire by 295 now. Partnership worth 61. Quicker, flatter. And that's going to be 4, isn't it? Down towards the supporters club. Didn't really bounce, but Tom Bailey up to task. Off the back foot. Lead of 299.
Well, this now could be almost the next stage of play. Lancashire practically with a 300-run lead. Could we start to see a little bit of a burst? Maybe just have a few overs towards the end of the day's play. Of course, it's a big what-if, very much a hypothetical. For these two, they just don't look like getting out, do they? Which is a real testament, real credit to them. Really has been a partnership of great fortitude. And tenacity as well. That's the other thing. Let's not forget that at 108 for 8, if one of these two would have went early, I mean, Northants probably would have been batting by now. Looking to chase something perhaps less than 250. As a result of this, you can just see the body language has just taken on a little bit more of a deflated nature here for the home side. You can see they're not quite as energetic getting into their fielding positions. We've mentioned it before, but the vocalizations haven't been as loud, the encouragement not quite as vociferous. Really see the impact that it's had on the Northamptonshire morale. Because they would have thought a couple of hours ago, arguably, that they could have been on top with regards to momentum. That being said, though, good to see Harry Conway still with a smile on his face, giving a little bit of a high five there to save Zabe. And yeah, here we go. There is that different change of angle here for Calvin Harrison. Got a leg slip. Silly points in place. Singh Dale more than up to the test.
Yeah, does Harrison stick with this angle now that Bailey's on strike? He's not. I think he is, isn't he? There was a moment there. Was it McSweeney at leg slip had taken the helmet off as if to imply that Harrison was going to go back over the wicket? And there you go. There's the negative aspect to this angle. However, with what's felt like it's got to be getting on for 12 overs of over the wicket from Calvin Harrison, a different look is a good idea. It's going to be at least one, likely to be two. They've settled down. They've run well together, considering this being a bit of a new partnership for Lancashire. Lead now passes 300. Which is certainly going to take some chasing if Northamptonshire are going to do that. The other thing as well that they'll be thinking about is time. There are 12 overs remaining in the day's play. Oh, it's played at, wasn't it, by Tom Bailey? He's going to come back for two, is he? No. He was slow to react. He was just struggling to pick up where that ball had gone. But a bit of excitement for Northamptonshire. Yeah, it's going to be time, isn't it, now? There will be an extended day. Well, there will be more overs to bowl tomorrow. However, we obviously know that day 4 has that strict 6 p.m. cutoff. So the likelihood of getting those extra overs in it starts to become unlikely. It starts to feel, and it's beginning to feel like more of a defensive day 4 for Northamptonshire than an aggressive day 4.
Well, I think it depends. It depends on how the morning session goes. I know it's a very cliche thing to say.
That first hour.
Yeah, exactly. It's critical or crucial.
Or both.
Or both, exactly. But I'll make the point after this next delivery. Is Harrison just making a little bit of an adjustment there? 2 slips in place now. Spoke about that 175 that Luke Wells produced at Edgbaston. Lancs in that chase, that was on day 4, needed over 300. They had absolutely no right to go after it, but they went about it in exactly the right manner. And Wells, I mean, he was destructive on that day. You could just tell he was really keen and almost motivated to prove a point, and almost just lay down a marker and say, look, this is what I can produce for Lancashire County Cricket Club. Northants themselves have got a lot of new players. You've got Kimber, you've got McSweeney in there. Both of those two will be looking to make their impacts felt. I know that we've seen that from Kimber's unbelievable catch to dismiss Bohannon, and of course, spoken already about McSweeney being the golden arm and getting that wicket. But if someone can have just one of those extraordinary days out, that's all it takes. That's the catalyst. It's the spark that ignites the run chase. And this game really could go in any direction. And look, it should be absolutely fantastic. For those who are in and around the area or want to make the trip down, tickets are still available here at the county ground. Of course, we'll be here to provide the commentary on the live stream. But tomorrow should be a captivating day of county cricket. The weather seems okay. Thankfully, the worst of the storm has dissipated. So that's another nice shot played square of the wicket by Tom Bailey for one. It's got the hallmarks of a fascinating conclusion to what's been a nice start to the season. One slightly hacked away by Ajit Singh Dale. And actually, that's produced a slight change in angle of the fielder, who moves slightly more towards the eye line instead of being that short leg.
Encouragement for safe Zabe at the end of the over. 72 now bowled in the innings. 178 for 8. And this partnership trundles on. 70 off 204 deliveries. Singdale 36 off 106. Tom Bailey 27 off 101. This is going to be Calvin Harrison's 25th over. 24 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 51 so far. Zabe, 14 overs, 6 maidens, none for 16. 11 overs remain in the day's play. We are going to be absolutely fine for light, aren't we, this evening in Northampton? We're +4 on the over rate as well. Stream is powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Proctor and Harrison in conversation, desperately trying to break this partnership and begin to start thinking about wrapping up this innings. So there's definitely 2 games being played, isn't there? One, it's an eye on the score, making sure that doesn't accelerate too quickly. And then also trying to wrap this up as quick as they possibly can. And nick a single there as it's dropped in the leg side. Well run.
Very well run indeed. And well, just as a side, we need to say just how well Tom Bailey has played in this game. Seen 2 vital contributions with the bats, 39 in the first innings, currently unbeaten on 28 here in the second. And I know, of course, that James Anderson will take the headlines from yesterday. We shouldn't forget Tom Bailey's 4 for 51, as Dale just helps that full toss on its way towards deep square leg. Really has had an excellent game. Has the Preston-born seamer. Continues to be a real asset for the Red Roses. There he is, scoring another run. Just guiding that away towards Louis Kimber.
Into the over, dot ball to finish. 181 for 8.
So it shall be safe save then, with ball in hand here from the David Capel end. Harry Conway just goes for a little bit of a jog from his previous position at fine leg to backward point. Bailey decides to smother that latest delivery. I think in terms of the approach, Dan, I think you can see here, these two probably want to see it out to the end of the day's play. It's that one very firmly driven. Beautiful shot that from Tom Bailey. Rocks onto the back foot. Forces it through the gap in the covers. That moves him into the 30s. Really punchy shot that. 0 stopping it for Louis Kimber. Yet again, this time driven square of the wickets. Not just for a single. I'll bring Ajit Singh Dale back on strike here. Again, another very fluent looking shot that. Really fired in, turned around the corner for 1 run.
Nicely timed again through the offside. I think I just heard one of the Lancashire supporters through the FX mic cry across the ground of time for a bowl now, Jimmy. They want the game moving on a bit quicker than what it has been for the last hour or so. Three overs have been completed now. It's 188 for 8.
Well, there's been another wicket on the south coast. Hampshire now 130 for 5. And really in a spot of bother, Simon Harmer has got his 3rd of the innings. Ben Mays, the latest man to depart there for the Rose and Crown. Having seen the clip of it as well. Beautiful off break from the South African. Has that gone on? I think it has. Calvin Harrison gets the breakthrough. In rather fortuitous circumstances, the ball squeezing underneath the gap of the bat. And Tom Bailey's stay at the crease has come to an end. Well, he goes for a very well-made 35. He's been stoic, he's been staunch, he's been resolute and gritty in his defence. And he has certainly played a deft hand here in getting Lancashire back into a strong position. The Red Rose now 188 for 9, lead by 314, and Bailey exits the field of play to a deserved ripple of applause. I imagine there'll be a nice applause for the man entering the fray as well. The Burnley Lara, Sir James Anderson. Well, let's see his approach. A left-hand, right-hand combination for this final wicket. So just take a second look That dismissal was unlucky from Bailey. Just snuck through, didn't it? Took a slight deflection onto his leg stump. But for Northamptonshire, well, they'll be delighted. Finally, the partnership is broken.
It was indeed. And it felt like it needed something a bit scruffy like that to almost end it. It felt like it had gone a bit flat from the Northamptonshire bowling perspective. Harrison has toiled away, so he does finally get his reward and break that partnership, which was worth 80, by the way. 80 off 221 deliveries, which is a fantastic effort considering the point at which they came together, taking the lead up to 314. The appetite here clearly for James Anderson is they want to either take a bit more time out of the game or chip on a few extra runs. I wonder how long it's going to be before we see the reverse sweep. Are we going to see it first ball? The iconic James Anderson reverse sweep. There's 2 slips in place, but there's no fielder down at deep third. Singh Dale still there on 38 not out. And Harrison, excitingly for him, has got a left-hander to bowl at.
Certainly has. Tends to go to the leg break, of course, with the nature of the delivery. Will angle back into the stumps. Can also go to the googly, though. Should Anderson misread it? He's done well, though. First 2 deliveries faced, as we've grown to expect. Always had a solid defence, hasn't he, Anderson?
Yeah, an obscene number of not outs in Test match cricket. That one quicker, fired through by Calvin Harrison. Beats Anderson for pace.
Well, rather speculative. How is that from Calvin Harrison? Don't think there was really anything of substance in that appeal.
No, you don't tend to get too many RBWs after it's come off the face of the bat, do you? Bat, pad, and then dribbled off into the leg side. But the partnership is broken for Northamptonshire. As I say, it was worth 80. Came together 108 for 8, and it was the time. It was 36.5 overs in the innings when Tom Hartley was removed, and that last wicket there falling 2 balls into the 74th.
Well, they have done a marvellous job, haven't they? I've also just seen a slight uptick in terms of the YouTube live stream numbers. Imagine people wanting to watch Jimmy Anderson at the crease. Why wouldn't you? Why would you not want to watch this game as well? It really has been very enjoyable. My place here in the commentary box. I mean, tomorrow is set up very nicely indeed. And the hope for Northamptonshire is that there isn't a repeat of the morning session on day 2. Hopefully that top order can dig in, see off the shine, because we've seen this across the game so far. There are runs to be had on this surface. As Dale takes a shuffle down the pitch and absolutely hammers it. That'll be 4 runs for the former Gloucestershire man, moves him on to 42. Well, he timed that one very sweetly indeed down the ground for 4.
Enterprising, wasn't it? I'm not sure I will agree with you with the sweetly timed down the grounds. It was an enterprising shot, a bit of flamingo about it, a bit of bottom hand shovel. Clearly has been given the nod by his captain that he can be a touch more aggressive as we get towards the end of day 3. He's on 42 now. And in response to that shot earlier in the over, Northamptonshire stationed a fielder down at long on.
It is funny, just to our right in the Briggs and Forrester stand, I think there's a decent contingent of Lancashire fans who are celebrating every single time Jimmy comes on to face a delivery. Very popular man, isn't he? As he faces off here against Safe Sabe. And there is the reverse attempted by Anderson. Doesn't quite come to fruition on that occasion. That'll be the end of the over. 75 gone. Lancashire 193 for 9. The lead now stands at 319 with 7 overs remaining in the day. So there is the prospect, now that we've seen Ajit Singh Dale given a little bit more freedom, a little bit more license to go after the spin bowlers. You've got Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor potentially coming in for a couple of overs.
Yeah, I quite like that. To be honest with you, it would circle back around to a topic of conversation of set up something that you would least like to do yourself. And as you say, if Anderson can have 6 deliveries or 12, maybe Bailey can have 6, why would you not do it? I mean, that will mean that the declaration will come, well, in the next couple of overs if they were to get that many. But again, I always feel as though it should be a role to find a way of making your opposition feel uncomfortable. And you would definitely make Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor feel uncomfortable by making them pad up and get out there for 12 deliveries. But they may not feel they've got enough yet. You mentioned, didn't you, how that morning session goes tomorrow. Googly from Harrison, dug out by Ajit Singh Dale. Lead of 319. You can certainly see the change, can't you? The field has spread. There's outriders at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. Trying to protect these runs now. Singh Dale just whips it into the leg side for a single. Those fielders will converge on Sir James Anderson.
Yeah, plenty of slight movements out there in terms of the field. Fielder who was at deep forward square leg now moves out to more conventional deep square leg, and Proctor, well, he goes into the covers. Here is Harrison to Anderson. And he's gone straight through. That will be the end of the Lancashire second innings. Calvin Harrison gets his 4th, clean bowling. Sir James Anderson for a duck. Lancashire all out for 194. So the lead 320. The requirements for the victory as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, a target of 321. For Calvin Harrison, well, he'll be delighted to finish with 4. Really nice sharp leg break, wasn't it, to bring the innings to its conclusion.
Yeah, very well bowled by Calvin Harrison. Toiled away, didn't he? That long period, long partnership between Ajit Singh Dale and Tom Bailey. They've taken that lead up to 320 for Lancashire. So we discussed a declaration, wasn't required, but Northamptonshire are still going to have that tricky period. Good evening and welcome back to the county ground in Northampton. The stream here is powered by Daffabet. The players are back out in the middle. Lancashire have a lead of 320. They were bowled out a short while ago. James Anderson, the last wicket to fall. 6 overs remain in the day's play. And it's James Anderson with the new ball in hand. Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos will be opening the batting for Northamptonshire. 4 slips in place. And the best to ever do it with a brand new Dukes in his hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end. This is going to be, from a Northamptonshire perspective, a tricky little session. From a Lancashire perspective, it's going to be incredibly exciting, and from a neutral's perspective, it will be too. On the leg side, flicked away by Vasconcelos, and it's 4 runs immediately. The Northamptonshire opener opens his account, first time of asking. Excited for this?
Absolutely. In terms of the wider run chase, in terms of these final 6 overs, it's a tricky one, isn't it, to negotiate here for Northamptonshire. It's one of those where, if this does go a little bit pear-shaped, could make tomorrow very difficult. But let's wait and see.
Yeah, there's a lot of responsibility, isn't there, on the shoulders of Vasconcelos and the captain, Luke Proctor, to get through unscathed. Luke Proctor was caught by Tom Hartley off the bowling of Tom Bailey for naught in the first innings, and Vasconcelos made 25 before being clean bowled by James Anderson. As you'd expect, Anderson on the money.
Just to clear it up as well, it has just updated on the scoreboard. So it's not 6, the 2 overs have been taken off. So it's 3.3 remaining in the day.
See, I thought I knew I was right. Just got to back yourself sometimes, haven't you?
Absolutely.
You've got to back yourself. So it's 4 overs remaining in the day, or 3.5 now, if you include the 3 deliveries. And it's gone, is it? It is. The outside edge of Vasconcelos has been set up by James Anderson. 3 in-swingers. The outswinger gets the shoulder of the bat. A good catch by Matty Hurst. Northamptonshire have lost their first wicket. Lancashire and James Anderson at it again.
Well, he's inevitable, isn't he? Anderson, of course, getting a 5-foot in the first, and it was always going to be him to draw first blood for the Red Rose. Really nice delivery. He's just had the ball on a string all game long. That in itself, that is a big wicket. Vasconcelos, he looked good, didn't he, in that first innings? Admittedly, it wasn't the innings of the most substance at 25, but yeah, to go for 4, the closing stages of play on day 3 just makes the task even more challenging.
I think we're about to be joined in the middle by Harry Conway. Striding out with purpose at number 3. Easy to pick out. There aren't too many of the Northamptonshire lineup that are 6'6". But he is taking on that responsibility. strong decision by Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos not to employ the night watchmen themselves. Conway with Luke Proctor, Anderson with a 4-ball old Dukes, 5 slips in place for Lancashire and a backward point. 1 fielder stationed on the pull at deep square. 2 left in this first over of the 4th innings. That is left alone by an animated, energetic Harry Conway. And a dot ball to finish. Wicket to start. 4 for 1 Northamptonshire, losing that of their opener Ricardo Vasconcelos, following a James